Check, check.
We are not going to play the video again.
Good morning. Good morning. Would everyone please make your way to your seats and we'll get started. Welcome to day 2 of the Next Frontier Energy Summit. I'm Wanda Burgett, and it's an honor to serve as the chairwoman of the Wyoming Energy Authority Board. On behalf of the board and our team, thank you for being here, and also for taking the time to join this important conversation about Wyoming's energy future. I'd like to recognize my board members. They bring experience from across energy sectors, communities, and public service. And so would you all please stand and be recognized? Thank you. So energy is not just an industry in Wyoming. It's the backbone of our economy, a driver of opportunity, and it's a responsibility that we take seriously. Our energy sector supports jobs, funds our schools and infrastructure, and helps sustain communities across the state. The energy produced here helps power homes, businesses, and industries across the country. It also strengthens our national security by ensuring the United States has access to reliable, affordable, and domestically produced energy. Wyoming has never followed the crowd when it comes to energy. We lead with what we have, we plan for what comes next, and we stay focused on delivered results. Today's program continues that momentum with conversations that matter. We'll hear from leaders and experts on federal and state policies shaping the future of energy, as well as industry voices, highlighting the strength of Wyoming's manufacturing base and its role in building and delivering energy solutions. We'll also discuss a very important opportunity ahead for our state, nuclear energy. That conversation will focus on Wyoming's growing role in building the next generation of reliable American-made energy. And we're especially honored to welcome Governor Mark Gordon as our featured speaker today. His leadership continues to ensure that Wyoming remains at the forefront of energy production, innovation, and policies, always grounded in what's best for our communities and our state. This program reflects something that Wyoming has always done well. We build on our legacy industries while creating space for innovation. Whether it's coal, oil, natural gas, nuclear, or emerging technologies, we take a practical, forward-looking approach that keeps us competitive and strong. Just as important as the discussions up here on the stage are the conversations that you'll have with one another. Those connections, those shared ideas are what continue to move Wyoming's energy economy forward. So thank you for being here, for the work that you do, and for your continued commitment to Wyoming's energy future. So Rob, if you'd come up, I think you're going to introduce and moderate the next panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Wanda, for your leadership of the board. Yes, our next panel will be the State Federal Policy Panel. Unfortunately, Lanny Erdos, his plane had some issues getting in from D.C., so it'll be President Bo Beitman and Administrator Western and I. So you'll have state and federal leaders, so sling as many arrows as you want up here. So if you guys want to come up to the stage, that'd be great.
See you, Rob.
Well, thank you guys for getting here. I know President Beitman, you've been traveling all over the state. I know Administrator Western, you're traveling all over the region, so appreciate you guys getting here through the weather and whatnot. Cyrus, I thought I'd kick the first question to you. I know a lot of people in this room know of the EPA and what it does, but maybe just get a quick overview of kind of what your role is and what you're doing in Region 8.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you, Robin. Really appreciate you and your whole team putting this event together. It's, I think it's a great forum for energy-minded folks and the future of that. So, Administrator Zeldin, he was appointed by President Trump, and we've been in office 16-ish months now. And I obviously I'm biased because he is my boss, but I think it's an objective analysis would show that we've put together a really, really good record for the American people. And I think really the 5 pillars he rolled out, first and foremost, is clean water and air for every single American. And I think one of them, the pillars, is energy dominance and fueling the American energy comeback. And so that's one that we've really focused on. I think it's applicable to the folks in this room. But I think some of the accomplishments that we've got done, and I think one of the biggest ones for certainly in the power generation component is the MATS rollback. Whether it is the endangerment finding, whether it is the greenhouse gas accounting, greenhouse gas regulations. We've got a bunch of rulemakings that are either done or are well on their way, I think, to accomplishing a lot of these objectives that we've been pursuing. But I think it all fits into this broader context of I think getting away from the false dichotomy that has been, I think, kind of forced upon the American public for generations now, which is either you are pro-environment and anti-industry, or you are pro-industry and anti-environment. I think it's just fundamentally not true, right? There is a reasonable medium to be struck there, and this is something that the administrator has said really to anybody who puts a mic in front of them, is saying that we can walk and chew gum at the same time, that we can hold regulated industry to very high standards, while simultaneously allowing them to fulfill their business models, create these really, really important middle-class, blue-collar jobs for America, and deliver affordable and reliable power. So that's a big chunk of what we spent our time on over the last year, and I could go on for, take the whole hour and talk about it, but I think, happy to delve into some of these accomplishments that we've achieved, but I think we're putting together a really good track record this far.
Perfect, thank you. And President Beitman, I kind of wanted to kick the second question to you about just sort of your leadership. I think when we first met, you were serving in the State House and then moved over to the Senate and have been president. So what's that sort of been like? I know the legislature has been more and more busy year after year. So what is, being Senate president, what's that been like the last couple of years?
Oh, it's been fantastic. And before I get started, I think we should give Rob Krieger a big round of applause, because this guy is the man. Thank you, Rob, for everything you've done for Wyoming. We talk about economic development. This guy is like the economic development guy right now, because what he's doing through the Energy Authority is setting Wyoming up to be an absolute economic powerhouse for the next generation through energy and everything he's been doing. So, shameless plug aside there, buddy, but no, it's been wonderful being the Senate president. It's been truly an honor. My colleagues put their trust in me to lead the Senate through some difficult times right now, the last 2 years, and we've come out of it really well. It's taught me a lot about, I'm a patient guy, but it really tests your patience. It tests your ability to work with different types of people. It's a diverse group of senators. There's 31 senators. They're all alphas, and they all have a passion for Wyoming, and they want to deliver on what they campaigned on. And sometimes they're diametrically opposed to some people. So knowing where your votes are on any given issue, setting people up for success is a good quality of leadership, and that's what I did. And I put people in the right places so they could succeed, and just toned down the noise and got to work. And I think that's what the Senate was known for under my leadership, is just put your nose down and get to work, let the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, I know we appreciate that. There's a lot of factions within the legislature. I think you as leader of the Senate did a great job just letting folks do what they want to do, but also keeping some control. So I do appreciate your leadership. Cyrus, to you, water is obviously a big issue. Up until these last couple of days when it showed up on top of our conference. But what are some of the things and some of the actions that the EPA are pursuing for solutions around some of these water issues as it relates to minerals or industrial development that's going on?
Sure, no, absolutely. So I think the elephant in the room when it comes to water, of course, was WOTUS, right? I think what we saw certainly over the last 10 years or so, but really over the last 30, 40 years was you were taking WOTUS and the Clean Water Act and the language that was in the Clean Water Act. I think you were just seeing it being misused. The agency was engaging in enforcement actions, was exercising authority that was not explicitly given to them by the Clean Water Act, right? And I think that's what we saw ultimately. I mean, how many times has WOTUS been litigated over the last 30 years, 40 years? Dozens and dozens, right? I think it really culminated in the SACA decision that we saw that came out a couple of years ago. And I think this is where Administrator Zeldin and the White House really stepped up in a big way and said, okay, let's take our view of this and bring it back down to planet Earth. Let's think about what did the Supreme Court say, and let's build a rulemaking that is around that process. And obviously, it's still an open and pending rulemaking, so I got to be very careful, and I can't prejudge any outcomes. But I think Jess Kramer is the nominee for the Office of Water. She is excellent. She's super sharp. She is really good at putting together a strategy that is in accordance with what the administrator and what the White House wants. So we're working on that right now. It is a monumental mountain to climb, because I think the way Wyoming looks at water is different than the way Florida looks at water, which is different than the way the Northeast looks at water, than California or Alaska, right? I mean, I think that's why it is a very complicated rulemaking that we've undertaken, but I think we're working really hard to strike that balance and ensure, stick to the letter of the law and stick to what the Supreme Court said. I mean, I know each region has their own issues, whether it is, irrigation ditches are a big one here, obviously, in Wyoming and in the West. Obviously, whether it's prior converted cropland, I mean, we could go on and on, continuous surface water, a lot of these hot issues, but I think that's one that we've really worked hard to try to think, what does the president want, and what does the law say, and what did the Supreme Court say? So we're working really hard around that SACA. And that was kind of our anchor point around this rulemaking that we're currently undergoing is, how can we do this in a common sense way and land in a good spot? So we're working on it. I can't make any hard promises on the exact date, but it should be soon. So I think that's kind of the biggest one when it comes to water issues with the agency. One of the other big ones are these these effluent guidelines for some of these power facilities. That's a big one. I think kind of tangentially related to that was our coal combustion residuals. I know this is, to the average Joe walking down the street, this might put him to sleep, but it's a really big deal, I think, in terms of the impact it has on states and your ability to generate your own power. And we basically just told states like Wyoming and the others who've applied is we have this opportunity for states to take primacy and to take control over how waste from these coal-fired generation facilities is used or is disposed of. And I think it's something that was just common sense, right? One of the pillars that the administrator has is cooperative federalism. It's a common sense tool for us to give to states saying, you've got the technical staff in place, you've got the regulatory framework in place, we're going to hand this off to you. Because quite frankly, the Wyoming DEQ is just more responsive than we are as an agency, right? We're focused, I've got 6 states I regulate, 28 tribes. Obviously, the administrator, he's got the entire nation, whereas Wyoming DEQ, they're focused here on Wyoming and being as reactive and as responsible as they possibly can. I think they've got a really good technical staff in place and really good regs in place. So that's another example of where I think a water-related issue that we are taking tangible steps to, I think, empower states, to put regulations in a reasonable and rational place while holding everybody to a high standard along the way.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I know what I've heard from industry a lot when we do these projects is exactly what you're hitting on, following the letter of the law, right? And that helps bring certainty to industry so they know what to expect, because they understand there's regulations in what they do. But when those regulations change or the pendulum, right, sticking to the law is super helpful. So speaking of laws on state side, President Beitman, I know you were the lead sponsor on Wyoming's Energy Dominance Fund. Tell us a little bit about that, how that came to be, and sort of what that means for the state.
Well, yeah, that was a huge lift. Thanks to you as well for helping on that. So we'll wind the clock all the way back to when President Trump got elected for the second time. Immediately, I think I called Rob and said, we got to get in front of this new presidential administration, Trump 2.0. We got to get into Washington as soon as possible. We got to be the first state to get in front of the new administration, because when he was talking about energy dominance on the campaign trail, my ears opened up, my eyes lit up, and I had the biggest smile on my face, because Wyoming can be the tip of the spear and has to be the tip of the spear for his energy dominance strategy, because we've got everything this country needs for energy dominance. So I said, Rob, set up the meetings, let's go. We flew out to D.C. They were still measuring the curtains at most of the agencies when we got there. half the people weren't even appointed yet. I think Cyrus was there already because we got to meet with Cyrus and Lee Zeldin and those folks. We hit all the stops, but we shopped it hard. We started, the idea for the Wyoming Energy Dominance Fund really kind of came out of that first DC trip that we made. We've been out there several times since, but I remember talking with, was it Blake at Energy Dominance Council, and we were talking about that old Biden Obama era fund that they renamed. What was that called? I can't remember.
It was a large loan program that they went into.
Yeah. So they renamed it the Energy Dominance Fund, and we both looked at each other like, I think we got something here. So we said, why don't we do something like that at the state level? Because we can be much quicker, much more nimble, and we can get things done quicker, faster at the state level. So we came home with this concept of the Energy Dominance Fund to get these one-time large projects going and on the ground, shovel ready, and just get them moving as soon as possible. Because my thing is, we saw how fast the first Trump 4 years went by, and I think they kind of started out a little slower than they wanted to, and then before you knew it, it was over. And so I said, well, this time around, we got to hit the ground running in January, and that first 100 days, and we had we have to hit the ground, strike while the iron's hot. So fast forward, we put in all the work. We dropped the bill right before session started, and then the real work began, is getting the votes and getting the coalition together to get that thing passed. But it's a great piece of legislation. It's as it stands now, it's capped at $105 million. If we didn't put the cap on and oil prices went over $100, I can only imagine how much money you'd have there, Rob, to work with. But unfortunately, we stuck with 105. But it's a great bill. Happy to talk more about it if you have any more questions, or as the audience has any more questions about what the bill specifically can and cannot fund. But just think of, in my mind's eye, I think of Wyoming needs to land the uranium conversion plant that's going to be built in the United States. There's probably only going to be one built in the next 25, 30 years. Let's do it in Wyoming. Big Keystone Pipeline project, type of project to get that thing built. Coal, helping our coal industry, helping our oil and gas folks. Anything that helps our grid, helps energy reliance, you name it, we've got it all here. And I get excited about energy stuff, so we can just keep asking questions and keep me on the rails here, Rob.
No, I appreciate that. And I think, something that was interesting about that bill is the way that you went about funding it, right? And I think oftentimes when we talk about, and we had this question yesterday about, why is the state getting involved in these sort of things, which is a fair question. But then we talk about who is the main taxpayer, right? And I see Travis Deti there, and I know Pete Obermuller was here yesterday. It's their members, right? And so the way this bill was written was really clever. It was a 0.5% of the severance tax that those companies pay. They go into this fund to then go back into these companies to help innovate and expand in Wyoming. So I know I'm super excited that you guys placed your trust in us to implement that. It'll start in July 1. That's when that law goes into effect. And as Braden from my team, our investments director, our phones are already blowing up on, all right, what's this going to look like? And they're interested, and there is huge opportunity. I did have to laugh, though. You're right. When the cap came in on the House side, is actually my high school football coach is Steve Harshman, and he came to me. He's like, with oil prices right now, there might be too much money in this. I'm like, yeah, that's all right. We got opportunity here, but it's all right. I think we'll show what we can get done with it in this first couple of years, and then go from there. But
yeah, we can always come back in the supplemental and throw some more in there, because you will be successful. You were successful with the large project matching funds, and that's kind of where the idea came from with this Energy Dominance Fund. And like you said, we're intercepting that severance tax that's paid only by industry. And industry across the board supported this idea. They said, this is great. We're reinvesting in ourselves, and this is a way to get these huge projects that are very capital intensive going and get them going while we have a guy like Cyrus and his boss at EPA, while we have Chris Wright at Energy and Doug Burgum. I mean, we've got an all-star cast of characters right now in the Trump administration. We may never see this opportunity again. We got to act like this opportunity will never happen again, and have that sense of urgency to get these things done.
Yeah, I agree. And I think something that's nice about this fund, too, is, we all know there's going to be another election, and if that pendulum swings, This fund does not, right? It stays where we can take advantage right now, but also shows that the state is a partner going through no matter what is going on in DC. But kind of to that point, Cyrus, primacy is a big thing for several of the states, especially in your region. Can you talk about sort of how that works? And you mentioned Wyoming DEQ and some of the stuff that they're doing, but what's your sort of vision and outlook on primacy?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I before I get into that, I do want to give a quick shout out to both of you for that fund. I think it's as much about the actual literal policy implications and the dollars as it is about sending the message. And so I think that was something, I spoke personally with the administrator about that specific piece of legislation, and he was impressed. And I think it's something that, it didn't go unnoticed, I think, across federal agencies. And I think it shows the type of leadership that broadcasts to the government, I think to the nation and to industry that's saying, hey, we're open for business and we want to work. And so I just want to give you guys a tip of the hat to that. I think when it comes to primacy, cooperative federalism, we've heard it 1,000 times, but it is not just a talking point that the administrator says when he's giving interviews. It's something that he very deeply means. And I think Wyoming is a prime example of a state that I think is a very clear and demonstrated track record of that responsibility, that they know what they're doing, that they have the laws in place, that there is that culture, I think, of compliance. And I think everybody getting all the oars to row in the same direction. And so that was, luckily, I think Wyoming has primacy from the EPA over a lot of these mediums, whether it be air, Clean Air Act primacy, Clean Water Act primacy, drinking water primacy, that's the only one. But I think this coal combustion residuals, again, that was another one where it was a really good example of, okay, this is a program that is actually very consequential. And when you look at the balance sheets of some of these utilities, waste management is a really big deal for them. I think in any of the folks in this room and the industries in this room, waste management is a big line item on your balance sheet, right? It's a big component of how you run your businesses. And so for us, it was just a common sense option, I think, to hand this off to the state. And just to get into the process of it, there's really two main components that the agency looks at for primacy is, do you have laws on your books, on the state books, that reflect the federal regulations, right? And did you have the technical staff at your DEQ to run them? And we looked at both. And I think, the Wyoming DEQ gets an A+ on that test, I think, on both accounts. Director Parfit, he's been awesome to work with. And, obviously, we worked with him in a legislative capacity. And from the perspective of the EPA, he's been great to work with as well. And so, they clearly had, they kind of checked all the boxes. And so that was a no-brainer for us. That's something that we're seeing, I think, around the country and around the region. I also regulate North Dakota and Utah and Montana. All of them are at some point in that process. North Dakota has already got it across the finish line. They have primacy. And so does Montana and Utah. They're already working on it right now, and we're kind of going through the application process. And I think also one thing I want to talk about maybe briefly is when it comes to primacy, and that's enforcement, right? I think if you talk to folks in the extractive industry, one of the top frustrations I think that they had with the agency was enforcement and how enforcement worked. I think we saw states that had primacy over enforcement, meaning this is the state's responsibility to hold folks accountable, right? And I think unfortunately, there's quite a few examples where I think the agency came over the top of state primacy and pursued enforcement actions. And that's one of the big things that we've really tried to work with our state counterparts is to really work with them and say, well, how can we help you? How can we have a supporting role with our state agencies when it comes to these enforcement measures? Because that's something that we've really focused on with my career staff as well, saying, all right, how do we partner with the state DEQs and their enforcement staff versus just kind of pushing them out of the way and forging ahead? Because, in my mind, in the administrator's mind, primacy means primacy, and that's one of the big things that we really emphasize, and I think philosophically as well as the regs that we're passing right now.
Before we go forward on that, because that's a great point, and I don't want that to get missed. When we went to DC, what was the big takeaway? Was, holy cow, when have you ever heard the EPA talk like this? Like, how can we get to yes? How can we help you? What are the roadblocks that you're seeing? How can we be partners with you guys? Instead of lording over, like you said, Cyrus, back in the day, it was like kind of the enforcement arm and the hammer approach. The collaborative approach that you guys are taking is phenomenal. It's a breath of fresh air. So thank you guys for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess there's the question is how, or what do you see when these states apply for primacy? Do you see any actions where in the future that how easily can that get stripped or pulled back, I guess?
I think we don't ever want to go down that path, right? It would have to be a pretty extreme type of scenario, I think, to have a real conversation around taking primacy back. And a lot of that comes down to funding. If states don't have the funds available for staff, for routine inspections, those kind of things, I think that's when that kind of conversation would happen. But I'm very proud to say we are, I'm not going to say the odds are zero, but they are very, very close to zero, right? I mean, I think all of our states are generally speaking, they're well funded. They've got adequate staff in place. They have adequate funds in place, whether they are state generated revenue funds or funds that come from the EPA. So I think, luckily that's an extremely low possibility that that's going to happen.
We had a project about a year ago where we were lucky enough that Secretary Wright came out to your neck of the, both your neck of the woods. Now that temporarily out in Denver, but you'll be back. President Beitman explained that a little bit. Critical minerals is an emerging place. We had Ken yesterday with Rare Element Resources talk a little bit. What do you see as that opportunity for Wyoming?
Oh, you're referencing the Ramaco groundbreaking up there, and that was a fantastic event. Ramaco had, they had bought this coal property years ago, and it's been a struggle getting that thing going for years and years. We've had local opposition we had to deal with, county commissioners to get zoning battles fought and won, but finally got them to the point. And then they realized after they did some core samples, this isn't just a coal property. They've got a tremendous rare earths deposit in the coal seams. So they shifted gears again, and to their credit, they've got themselves quite an opportunity here. So we flew, all the dignitaries came out to Sheridan. It was wonderful. It was a great way to celebrate a win. To have all those people here in Sheridan County, or there in Sheridan County, is a testament to Wyoming and how we can lead on things. We can lead on rare earths. We're showing it. We've got the demonstration plant going. We've got all these things. Nobody else is coming close to Wyoming right now. So I think the momentum's at our back. We're moving forward on rare earths, and I think the sky's the limit. And with the Energy Dominance Fund set up for these types of big projects and demonstration projects, it's exactly what that money's for, is stuff like that to make sure that we can leverage our strengths and just be the leader nationwide and the world.
Yeah, I mentioned this yesterday, and I mentioned it a lot when I talked, but that event in particular, right? We had the Secretary of Energy, Region 8 Administrator, we had the Governor, all of our congressional delegation, Senate President, all in the same event, right? And having those discussions is really, I think, where Wyoming just leads, regardless of what funds or whatnot we have in place. Having all those folks and those policymakers in the same room to have those discussions is really, I just don't think you find that in other states like you do Wyoming, which is great.
Yeah, and I can't remember ever seeing everybody kind of rowing in the same direction, like Cyrus said. I mean, the stars are lining up for all things mining and energy right now, and we've got a golden opportunity here.
So, Cyrus, a little bit on a little more personal question, right? You served in the State House, and you decided not to run again, and then this opportunity came along. So when this did come along, sort of what was your thought process on, I'm going to step back into the public sphere and do this?
What the hell am I getting myself into? No, look, I think when the White House calls, it's one of those kind of moments in your life where you got to just stop and really think it through. Because, as Bo said, we kind of have to have this mentality of we don't know if this type of exact opportunity, if the fruit is ever going to be this ripe again. And so that was exactly my thought process. When I was kind of thinking it through, at the time, my wife was 9 months pregnant. And so, moving a pregnant wife across the country, not something I really wanted to do at that time. But this really cool opportunity to be the Region 8 Administrator came along. And I think it's something that the way the EPA works, obviously, so Administrator's number one, David Fatui, he's the Deputy Administrator's number two. He's excellent. That guy is razor sharp, smart, really, really he's one of those guys that raises your average. I love working for him. And then there's all the programmatic offices, so the Office of Air, Office of Water, Land and Emergency Management, those kind of offices. And then there's all the regional administrators. And each region is kind of like its own little mini EPA. You have your enforcement staff, you have your air staff, you have your water staff, you have your lab division, you have your Office of Regional Counsel. I mean, your mission support and HR. So each region is kind of like its own little mini EPA, and that's where a lot of the implementation happens. 90+% of the rulemaking happens at the national level with the program offices, but all the implementation and the day-to-day operations, most of that happens at the regional level. And so I think that was kind of when I learned of that kind of opportunity, I couldn't say no. Obviously I love Sheridan. I never envisioned myself moving away from Sheridan. I will move right back the second this job's over. Nothing against Denver. It's a wonderful place. I really enjoy it, but I love Sheridan. So it was an opportunity I couldn't pass up, and it's been an amazing experience. I mean, I think with any really awesome opportunity, there's going to be equally big challenges, and there's no question. I think getting the culture shift at the career level, I think has been a challenge. And I also just want to give a shout out to the careers at the EPA. I've been unbelievably impressed with the caliber of talent that is there. They are incredible. I mean, I've got this army of PhD toxicologists and hydrologists and geologists and all these really, really smart people who want to show up to work, do a good job, and deliver on the promise that they've made to the American people. I mean, they fund us, they expect something in return. And so I've encountered that the vast, vast majority of career staff they're hardworking and they care. But I think it's like anything, when there's a new administration, there's always going to be that culture shift. And I think whether it's at the EPA or in the private sector at a new company, when a new leader comes in, that's always a big question, is how are you going to get this sort of culture shift or the cultural buy-in that you want, from a lot of the rank and file folks. So that's been it's been a great process. It's one I've really enjoyed. One of the things in the federal government, at least at the EPA, I think around 20-ish% of the region are veterans. And so I've done this really cool thing where I sit down every week, I randomly select an EPA Region 8 staff and take them to lunch. And I just, we talk about some of the policy stuff, but I want to learn more about them personally. And I've learned unbelievable things about some of the staff. Like one of my staff, he was the equivalent of an engine room mechanic on a nuclear-powered submarine. I got to hear their special force operators who work for me, and they get to hear about their time in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's been a really awesome experience that for me, and I think we're only 15 months in, 16 months in. There's still a lot more to get done, but it's been an amazing experience along the way. And I truly can't thank the administrator and the president enough for having confidence in me. It's a job I take incredibly seriously. I've learned so much, and one of the things is, I think Wyoming, we're such a small state. We got to punch above our weight, right? And I think we're doing that, right? Brian Nesvik, he's at U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and he's doing an awesome job there. Karen Ben-Phelan, she's at Interior, and she's doing a great job. Chief Schultz at the U.S. Forest Service, he's a UW alum. So I think we're really trying to put Wyoming folks in these positions to carry out the president's agenda, but also to make the home team proud. Being from Wyoming, it's something I'm very deeply proud of, and I think about that, and how can I help Wyoming every single day?
Yeah, I know, for me, when the second administration, Trump administration, got elected, quickly we heard phone calls of folks like yourself and folks that were going to consider for this administration, which was great, right? Because we're like, hey, doesn't depend on party, but sometimes the West is sometimes forgotten, right? And when we heard, hey, Wyoming folks on multiple levels are being considered for these roles, it was really awesome. And I appreciate you stepping up and doing this because it's been a great partnership. President Beitman, to you, and also folks, since we're down a panelist, if you have any questions, please start writing them down so we can get those up here. But
softballs only.
That's right. That's right. Speaking of softballs, nuclear energy. I know, President Beitman, you've been a great leader in that. I know we have a panel later today to talk more. But there has been some, pushback in the state of Wyoming around nuclear. Some of it is definitely more education and stuff we need to get out there. But why did you see nuclear as an important piece of the Dominance Fund? You talked uranium conversion and enrichment opportunities. Why do you see that as a huge piece for Wyoming?
Oh, for Wyoming specifically, we've got the largest deposit of uranium in the United States, right here in Wyoming. It's a no-brainer for us. Also, we have still the manpower left over from the last, uranium boom that ended in the 80s after 3 Mile Island, and then the uranium industry just went kapooey overnight, right? There's still those geologists, those experts that actually mined uranium in Wyoming that are still around. They know where the They know where the uranium's at. They know how to get it out of the ground. Not a lot of states can say that, and we have those experts here. Yes, they're getting a little long in the tooth, and they may have a little less hair than they did back in the day, but they're still around, and we need to tap into that expertise. For Wyoming, we are positioned perfectly for the uranium renaissance that's about to happen. That is happening right as we speak. Instead of just, my vision for Wyoming is not just to mine the uranium and ship it out to be milled, processed, enriched, converted into fuel, and do all the things. We should have the whole fuel cycle right here in Wyoming. That's where the jobs are. That's where the value add is. That's what can really benefit Wyoming's economy the most and get our economic engine fired up and running for a long time. We missed the boat on Trona. I mean, we don't have like any kind of factories that produce anything with that raw material. It goes on a train and it leaves. We don't have nearly the amount of petrochemical plants in Wyoming that we should for the amount of oil that we produce here. So looking at that and seeing a fledgling industry coming like the uranium mining industry, I would hate to see, I love mining as I'm on the exploration side of things, but let's get the mining, let's mill it, let's process it, let's convert it, let's enrich it, let's do everything here in Wyoming because, and we've got BWXT coming to town. We've got all these exciting new projects that we're hearing about with manufacturing. That's exactly the way we need to be going with this because the manufacturing jobs, this spreads out across the whole state. We could mine it in Fremont County, we could mill it in Johnson County, we could make things in Campbell County and Gillette and all across the state. Sweetwater County has a role to play. So everybody, and we could have a reactor, we have the next generation reactor going up in Kemmer. So we've got it all, let's use it all, and let's be smart about it. Let's not let this opportunity go to waste. You know, as a landman, I say, dear God, please give me one more boom. I promise I won't let this one go to waste. This one hits home for me. This is it. This is, I'm in my mid-40s, late 40s. I don't think we'll ever see an opportunity like this again for Wyoming. So let's seize the moment. Let's take this opportunity and make this state just a great place for our children and our grandchildren because they'll thank us for it if we don't miss this one.
And I think, just kind of piggybacking on some of those comments, I think we feel responsibility to be, how do we enable this versus are we an obstacle to this? And that's one of the big things I can say with my own eyes. I've seen at the EPA. I mean, we don't quite play a central role as the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, but a lot of the periphery we do, right, in the air permitting, whether it's Circle Offsite for uranium waste, we do play a big role. And I can certainly tell you that that's something that we have seen at the federal level. It's this big cultural change of like, okay, how do we get to yes? How do we even start with yes? Right, and so that's been a big attitude. I've seen it at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission as well, this kind of cultural shift, I think, that can really enable this whole value life cycle that some of these states are pursuing. And it's something that we really want to be kind of a cheerleader for along the way.
Yeah, I know Sean Schaub, our nuclear industry coordinator, and I got to go up to Cameco's facility up in Saskatoon or north of there, and they're, deep underground uranium mine, and just seeing that whole process and the mill at the McLean facility and all the jobs that were with that. We stayed at the man camp. I had to laugh because I got to stay at a dry man camp on my birthday, so that was a ton of fun. No, it was really eye-opening for Sean and I because, again, uranium was big in Wyoming, then it dropped off, and now it's coming back, and just seeing all those jobs and all of that potential that whole town is really built on, that we can try to do that in Wyoming as well is really exciting. And we talked about it yesterday, but I know from the Energy Authority's perspective, we mine it. If we don't convert it yet or enrich it, but now we have the fabrication piece. If we can get those other two, right, we really have a great corner on that market. So next question to you, Administrator Western, and I know Mike Nasty was here yesterday, and I know you guys talk frequently, but just a little update from your perspective on sort of the endangerment finding, and I know you talked about MATS a little bit, and any of the CCR programs that you can would be great. Yeah,
for sure. I know the endangerment finding, if you type that into Google, you will get 10,000 articles talking about it. It comes down to process. Who is the ultimate authority in the land? That's Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution. That's the legislative branch. That is who the voters send to Congress to make decisions on their behalf. They should always, always get the final say on major questions. We've all heard the buzz phrase, major questions doctrine. I think when it comes to the endangerment finding and greenhouse gas emissions and CO2, there is nothing in the Clean Air Act that gives us direct authority or enabling authority to allow us to regulate these. That major question has to be answered by Congress. It has to go through the deliberative process in an open and transparent and inclusive way. So what we saw in 2009, I mean, if you read the endangerment finding itself, it will, I mean, not quite word for word, but I'm doing my best. Nothing in Section 202 says we can't do this type of rulemaking. And so I think if we start taking that type of an interpretation or that approach to interpreting statute, it just becomes the proverbial nose under the camel's tent. If we start doing this, where does it stop, right? And if we look at the amount of regulation that has happened since then, since the endangerment finding, I mean, it's hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars in compliance costs have been incurred by regulated industry and the American people, right, since that happened. And I think that was the administrator's frame of mind as we said, look, we got to get back to basics. If Congress goes through the process, comes up with a bill, passes it, signed by the president, we will do our jobs accordingly and dutifully. But until that moment comes, we have to stick to the plain reading of the law. And the law does not say we can do any of these types of actions. And that's why that's why the administrator took the approach that we did. I know it's controversial, but I think, as a thought experiment for you all, think of a scenario in your mind where any federal agency, not just EPA, Human Health and Services, or USDA, or any of them goes through the rulemaking process because they say, well, Congress said we couldn't explicitly do this, so we're going to. I mean, it's a slippery slope very, very quickly. So that's a big reason why. But I think it pulls back the lid on a lot of the regulation that has happened and a lot of the compliance ecosystem that has been built up then. And we've got a lot of blowback, but I think we have to stand on the principle of the matter. And we've gotten blowback from everybody. There's even some of the folks in some of the extractive industries. It's all public record. They've published their op-eds, but it's something that we felt had to be done out of policy and out of principle. Because at the core of it, it all comes back to Congress has to have the ultimate say, and they're the ones that have to enable any federal agency to do their jobs and what they can and what they cannot do. So that was our approach to the endangerment finding. I know, folks, again, it upsets a lot of people, but that's why we took the approach we did, and it was the right call, and it's something I and the administrator will defend to anybody, anytime. I think the other big one that's directly related to the folks in this room, and I think to Wyoming, probably the biggest rulemaking we've taken that has the biggest impact in Wyoming is the MATS ruling, right? So let's just kind of go back in time for just a quick minute and set the stage. So there was the 2012 MATS rule. That was good, solid policymaking. There are some of these facilities, these coal-burning power generation units, that did need to upgrade some of their infrastructure, right? But when that 2012 ruling went into effect, it reduced mercury emissions by 90%, and arsenic and some of these other heavy metals by like 80+%. So it genuinely protected the environment and clean air. That was a good, solid policymaking. And then we saw what came along under the Biden administration, right, with the 2024 MATS update. Call it whatever you want, that rulemaking was designed to put coal out of business. It just flat out was. Because the only way some of these coal burning facilities in Ohio and Michigan and Kentucky, the only way they could comply and meet that standard was to stop burning coal. And if you stop burning coal, you stop buying coal. If you stop buying coal, places like Wyoming really, really suffer. And I think that was something that the president saw right through from square one and saying, all right, and Administrator Zeldin, this is a problem, this is what it did, we got to solve this immediately. And that's why we took the rulemaking that we did, or initiated rulemaking last year. And so I think that's one that sends a clear signal to a lot of these utilities across the country, here in Wyoming, I think across really the whole nation, saying, we're taking these regulations, putting them back into place that's protective of the environment, but also allows you to fulfill your business model. Because coal continues to be, I think, one of the very best sources of baseload power that we desperately need just to meet current demand, let alone in 5 years and 10 years, which, as we all know, is going through the roof. So that's one of the big rulemakings. I mean, I think we've undertaken 20 plus rulemakings. So there's a ton, but I'd say those are the biggest ones that directly apply to Wyoming.
Yeah, I know years ago, you might have still been in the legislature, but I know President Beitman helped lead this too. There's a footnote in the budget that allocated some money to the governor's office for essentially hiring more attorneys to help on some of the rules when we were sort of more on defense, right? And some of that money came to us at the WEA, and it was interesting. We went through the whole process and, got the attorneys on board. Then the election happened, so then it was like a pause. And now I was like, all right, we have all these new rules, so how can we now kind of go on offense and help defend that? So, yeah, it's a lot. I always think, I'm like, maybe I should have gone to law school, because being an attorney, man,
Don't be a lawyer.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, this next...
You're in the right spot right now. We need you right here.
I appreciate that. This next one will be to you, President Beitman, and this is from the crowd. As legislators in the past and present, what would your advice be to the 2027 legislature? I know we're going to see a lot of change. It's a big election year here in Wyoming on all fronts, but serving both in the House and the Senate, what would your advice be to any of those new members? And then, Cyrus, since you were in the State House, kind of have that same question to you.
Well, my advice would be to always have our energy industries back. It is the backbone of the state. It's what drives our economy. It's what funds our schools, basically our entire government. You got to know who pays the bills and who butters your bread. So you got to understand how the revenue streams work, how we've been able to take our severance tax money and sock money away for future generations with the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, and how that's worth protecting. You also have to be collaborative and learn how to work with people you may not agree with, but you're all pulling in the same direction, which is for Wyoming. And so that would be my best advice to them, and to just don't break it. Please don't break it. It's kind of nerve-wracking to leave after 10 years and look at all the things we've accomplished in the last 10 years, and then just kind of handing the keys over to the next group. We got you this far. Just keep her out of the ditch, please.
I think one of the things I try to do, and I struggle with the most, I think, as a legislator, is to not think emotionally. I think we all have our personal principles and our beliefs, and that's what guides us, right, is our values and our principles, and that's good. I think the trick was how do you legislate in a way where you can be true to your principles, but not let your emotions drive your in-the-moment decisions, or your in-the-moment votes, right? Because there'd be times where someone would say something, and President Biden, I know this happened to you. It happens to all of us as legislators, where it really makes you upset or frustrated, and you kind of let that type of mentality think about how you want to proceed on an issue or the behavior that you effectuate. And I think it's more important to think, all right, how do I think through that? How do I isolate that emotion and really think about the policy of the issue? What's right for my district? What's right for Wyoming, right? And I think trying to comport yourself in a way in accordance with that. And man, it's really tough. All the dumb stuff I've ever said in my life was in a moment of heated passion, right? Certainly speaking for myself. And so I think trying to how do you isolate that and master that control of your emotions and think clearly, and think based off your policies and based off your principle, what is the right thing to do in a given situation? That was one of the things I tried and struggled with the most, I would say, in my time in the legislature. And I love my job now, but I absolutely loved being a legislator. It's an incredible process. It is no question a vocation of very high highs and very low lows. Again, Bo, you're all too familiar with that. I think it's one I think that you get to fundamentally participate in the greatest experiment in human history, and that is this nation. And it is the honor of a lifetime. I would do it again in a heartbeat, and I would recommend anybody to think about doing it, because it's an incredible process. And I'm really glad I got to serve with folks like Bo, and there were days we didn't feel like you weren't moving the ball very much, but you got to do it anyway, and that was a huge honor.
Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously not an elected official, but working with legislators too, and making it not personal, right? I mean, to your point, working on the issues for the state, because there are, different factions. And from my view, I always laugh when I go in front of appropriations. Senator Guru always asks how it is having 93 bosses, right? All the legislators. And, we just focus on energy, right? And try to, not make things personal and get things done. So that's been great. Cyrus, this next question's to you. How do you think, your policy leadership and those sort of things, how is that going to be able to stick with maybe some of the EPA career staff when you're gone?
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure, I think when you're any sort of big organization, public, private, it feels like you're steering the Titanic a little bit. I mean, I think it's a lot of what we're doing, I think, from a policy perspective, and there's always the human element of it. I think we're taking a really, really good approach. I mean, you're only as good as your team. And Administrator Zeldin is an excellent leader. He's really good at articulating a vision and knowing when to lean in and when to delegate. But he's assembled a really, really good political team. Obviously, it'll bias with all of our regional administrators. But if you look at our national program offices as well, head of air, head of water, Office of General Counsel, again, David Fatui, who's the number 2 DPA, man, they are top-notch performers. They are A-plus players. They don't blame others. They problem solve collaboratively, right? And having those moments where you do this, it's more of like, all right, maybe we made some mistakes here and there. Let's focus on how do we fix it. Let's focus on how do we get this outcome. And I think we've got some really, really smart folks in place in DC of how do we have these really durable rulemakings. Because I think what a lot of the folks in the room are thinking is, well, what if a Democrat wins in 28 and they come back and they undo all that, all the rules? And you can't discount that possibility, right? What we can, our mentality is what is in our immediate control in the here and now? And I think that's the durability component of these rules. And that's something I haven't mentioned yet, but having really good durable rules is so important because they're gonna get litigated, right? Everything we do as an agency is going to get taken to court. And that's why I'm really proud of our team and that we have followed the rules and administrative procedures to the book and making sure that we are checking every single box so that we have a really, really durable outcome. I mean, I think there's a ton of examples of sloppy rulemaking leads to sloppy outcomes. And I think we've got a really tight rulemaking process and we've done a really good job, I think, of adhering to that, to deliver those so that when the day comes in court, that it will stand the test of time and create that legal precedent that will be really important to giving folks in this room and across the nation the highest level of certainty we can.
Exactly, yeah, I think over and over and over again, and I hear from companies that are doing projects with us, it's certainty. That's what they need, right? That's going forward. President Beitman, to you, and this actually will relate more to your day job, but can you kind of talk about the importance of the agriculture community and private landowners as we talk about bringing them in as we do energy development? What's that relationship like?
Well, it's vital. You have to have, as a landman, you're kind of in the middle between the company and the landowner or the mineral owner and the ranchers. So no project happens without the landowner or the mineral owner. So you have to have buy-in. You have to have a deal that's beneficial to both sides. You can't just, the industry just can't run roughshod over the landowners. The landowners can't just take their ball and go home and say, we don't want to play. There's got to be give and take on both sides. Our landowners in Wyoming are very sophisticated. They've been involved with energy for decades, many decades. So they know the game. They know how important it is to be able to move negotiations along in a timely manner through their attorneys and the landman, but also get the best deal that they can possibly get for their interests so that their land's protected. They know that they're adequately compensated for damages, and both sides come away with it. So I think Wyoming is a special place to do business because the sophistication of the landowners and how our industry partners, my clients, treat them. They treat them with respect. They never tell me to do anything unethical. I mean, everything's always above board. It's not necessarily the case in other places that I've worked. I've worked all over the country. Wyoming's a way different animal, and I think the reason why we're so successful is because we have partnerships with our ag community, and we all kind of pull in the same direction. We keep talking about how everybody's been pulling in the same direction. You can't have a project without the landowner buy-in, so it's vital.
I know a little bit adjacent to that, but something we do at the Energy Authority every year is we host out-of-state legislators from the states that use our Powder River Basin coal, and we show them, the mines, the reclamation efforts. We go to Dry Fork Station all the time and show them sort of how we do things, and it's a lift for our team to get all that coordinated, get people into Gillette and everything, but it's always so great. Every time we leave that, we can show these guys, look here, and I know Wanda and Wendy and Ken on my board call them the rabbitats, right? That's how you know the habitat that you've recreated when you've reclaimed the land for wildlife. And I think showing folks from out of state just how we do things in Wyoming is so critical, because we do it the right way.
Well, and you look at things like beneficial use of water and how that's been a game changer for so many ranchers that have produced water. Like when I started in the coal bed methane boom in the early 2000s, ranchers were just like, wow, we can use this water, we can treat it. EMIT came along doing water stuff, and now they're this whole new company. But seeing these irrigation pivots pop up, like I remember Marathon, we would do surface use agreements with some of the landowners, and Marathon would buy these guys a pivot. And then they loved it, and they got the water from the coal bed methane wells, and they could have irrigated hay fields again. I mean, it was a game changer for the ranchers too. So, and to your point, when people come to Wyoming from back east, they think it's going to be this wasteland of industrial waste and open pit mines everywhere, and just a wrecked landscape. But now you see green hay fields thanks to produced water. You see just pristine reclamation on the coal mines. As they mine coal and reclaim behind it, you can't even tell there was a coal mine there. So we do things right in Wyoming, and I'm proud to always talk about how we do things out here, because a lot of other states envy what we do, because like Cyrus said, our DEQ is phenomenal. And they don't let us slide on the industry side, but they're good partners, and they're professionals, and they do a damn good job at what they do. And that's why Wyoming is kind of the model for how we do reclamation work.
Yeah. And you gave a little precursor to our next panel. We'll have Michelle from EMIT up here to talk about some of the work they're doing in the energy space as well, which will be great. Cyrus, this next one's to you. The Clean Water Act, this question is saying, has been used to stop pipeline and coal export projects. How do we focus on issues, not water quality issues, not social, but water quality issues when we're looking at these sort of projects?
Yeah. There's an interesting interplay between NEPA and I think certainly EPA, but across the federal government, right? And the whole point of NEPA in the first place was to say, well, what are the environmental impacts of a given project? Which is a really good question to ask and make sure we get a good, thorough answer. They went from that to like weaponizing it and just using it as a tool to stop projects dead in their tracks. And that's something that we've saw over the last 40, 50 years, 60 years since NEPA was originally passed. And I think that's one of the things we're really focusing on how do we reverse that trend. I think the first component is NEPA reform in Congress. That's obviously not out of our control as an agency. We are watching it very closely. And I think there's some really good packages that are floating out there that I think just are good common sense stuff. But there's things that we can do as an agency, right? I wish Lainey was here, because Interior's taken some big steps. But it started with the White House Council on Environmental Quality. They fundamentally revised their NEPA guidance, and then you saw some of these federal agencies kind of like dominoes behind them. Then it was Interior that revised their NEPA handbook. I believe it was DOE, and we're going through that process right now, and it's working. Region 8 NEPA letters under the previous administration were averaging 30 pages. Now, 2 pages. Maybe you might get one that's 2.5, but that's one of the first things I did at Region 8 was to finally go through our NEPA process, and this is something the administrator told myself and all the other RAs, hey, we gotta go through and really think about how we're doing this and fundamentally revise it. And I think revising that handbook, it's a big step, right? Because for a lot of these NEPA letter writers, whether it's EPA or at an Interior or any of these agencies, they've just been doing it a certain way for decades and decades. So when we revise that handbook, we are fundamentally laying out a different framework of how to approach some of these environmental projects. The Bridger pipeline, right? That's getting a lot of media traction in the media right now, right? We really wanted to stick to, what does the Clean Water Act say? What does the Clean Air Act say? What does the Safe Drinking Water Act say? And really tying it back directly to what it says in statutes, not the it could be this or could do that, like the kind of theoretical, hypothetical game that we've seen over the last several decades, and really kind of sticking to the plain reading of the law and how does it relate back to that. And so that's been one of our big approaches that I think is there a clear and imminent threat to authorities that the EPA has that have been given to us by Congress. And that's been our approach and how we approach a lot of these NEPA projects across the board.
Yeah, I know we're certainly focused on potential permitting reforms and reforms that are going out in DC. I know midterms make those a little tricky, but definitely a item that needs to be accomplished because that's huge for all projects, not just energy. I know we're coming up on time, so I just kind of would look to you guys if you want any closing remarks you want to make.
Well, again, I really do appreciate your leadership. I mean, the federal government can't do everything, right? As a matter of fact, it's better when the states are the ones that are out front leading the way. I mean, I'm a 10th Amendment guy. Bo, I know you're a big-time 10th Amendment guy. And I think I certainly just look at my Region 8 states, the Dakotas, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah, and I've just been really impressed with what's been going on here in Wyoming, the leadership that you have shown, that the governor has shown, that the legislature has shown, and really stepping up to the bat. Because I think what Bo said, we're at a very unique point in time, and we don't know if we're going to get a pitch like this again. And we have to assume that we're not and act accordingly. So I've been, in my time in this position, I've been really impressed with what I've seen. I'm very lucky. I mean, the Dakotas are awesome states to do business with. Gianforte up in Montana has been great. Governor Cox down in Utah, man, he's running and gunning. And so I've been really impressed with the whole region. But I think what you've been doing here has been really impressive. And we're here to support you and everybody else in the room. So I really appreciate your leadership.
Well, I'll tell Cyrus thank you from the bottom of my heart because he is a breath of fresh air at the EPA. I know your boss is doing a hell of a job. What a culture shift we've seen with EPA, with all the different federal agencies. And to be able to have a guy like Cyrus, to be able to pick up the phone and call him whenever you need anything, for anybody in the room is a gift. And so we've talked about it all morning, and what a golden opportunity we have here. And looking back on my last 2 years as Senate President and being able to work with you, Rob, on all the things we've been able to work on together, again, thank you. Thank you to the Energy Authority. It's been a great opportunity to build Wyoming and to see this. All these things happen, so it's just been great. You look at what we've been able to accomplish, like I said, in 10 years in the legislature. Hopefully we're leaving things better than we found it. We've lowered the severance tax on coal, so now oil, gas, and coal all pay the same severance tax. We've done so many things to make the environment conducive to growth. So we've set the table for industry. We've lowered the regulatory burden, and now we're priming the pump with these big, large energy project matching funds. So we've done all we can do at the state level. Now I look out to where do Wyoming's problems typically come from? We've solved just about all of them at the state level. Washington, D.C. is kind of where a lot of our problems come from because things are out of our control. Because of federal lands, they own so much of our land, mineral policy. That pendulum swings every 48 years, as we know, with BLM and how they want to lease for oil and gas and coal leases. So looking off into the horizon, I think that's the next challenge for us is to make sure, like Cyrus said, Wyoming is punching above our weight class, has a seat at the front of the table. So we're in control of our own destiny. And I think that's looking forward to the future, having strong representation in Congress, strong representation in the administrative agencies, and President Trump in the White House is setting Wyoming up for success for a long time. Thank you, Rob.
Well, thank you both for weathering the storm and getting here, and I appreciate you. I know you both are extremely busy right now, so really appreciate you taking the time to come here and be on this panel, and would ask you all to help me in thanking them for their time. All right, so we'll jump to our next panel here. We're going to talk a little bit about energy manufacturing in the state. For those of you, I know Mike Wandler and some of the folks around in EMIT Technologies that are doing these things, but I thought it'd be important this year to have a panel dedicated to our manufacturing sector. As you've heard about this morning and yesterday, just how many jobs come with that and how much they do for the energy industry. So this next panel, please welcome to the stage Rennie McKay, the president of the Wyoming Business Alliance, Marshall Sass, the CEO of Red River LLC, Mike Wandler, president of L&H Industrial, and Michelle Wilson, the COO of EMIT Technologies. Thank you much.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Rob. Really pleasure to be here with all of you, especially those of you who are not running to the bathroom or for coffee right now. So yeah, I'm Rennie McKay. I'm president of the Wyoming Business Alliance. The Business Alliance is a private sector organization, and we represent and advocate for our members. And essentially, I boil it down to we advocate for businesses to grow in Wyoming. And one of our biggest priorities is energy leadership. And that is because energy in Wyoming is so important to the rest of the economy. And so this is going to be a great panel to really illustrate that, I think, and also to look at where we're going. But Rob, I want to thank you again. Thank your staff. You've got an amazing team and an amazing board. So thanks to the WEA board, too, for holding this event and gathering people. This is an amazing room to be in because there's just a lot of talent and there's a lot of people who've been here for years, a couple of folks who've been here and businesses have been here for generations, and you're really building Wyoming. So I'm honored to moderate this panel, and I think I'll just kick off, let everybody talk a little bit about their company and also how their company's evolved over time. So Michelle, you want to start with an introduction to EMIT?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Rennie, and thanks, Rob, and the board for having us. While obviously energy is in our core, it's exciting to have speak on a panel here to focus on the manufacturing aspect of the energy sector. So, Michelle Wilson, COO at EMIT, based out of Sheridan, Wyoming. EMIT was founded in 2000 in a little garage on 5th and Main Street in Sheridan, primarily providing air-fuel ratio controls in the Powder River Basin for emissions control. Over the course of the last 26 years, has really developed into product space around controls, emissions and catalyst systems, data and integrated solutions, and then more recently, fabrication primarily serving the power generation and data center space. So over the course of our history, there's been quite a bit of evolution, as there should be, but started in this little garage, expanded over the course of probably the first 15 years into 6 separate manufacturing facilities across the city of Sheridan, and then come 2018, revitalized the old abandoned Kmart into 100,000 square foot manufacturing space and essentially a campus of innovation and where all of the office employees are at right now. So since 2019, I guess, we'll speak to this a little bit later, but really got into a position not unique to any of us in this room, but through the booms and busts, and I think Sheridan is a bit unique in that we haven't had a ton of exposure to that cyclical nature of the energy industry. So 2019 really focused on a relentless pursuit of diversification, and so led us to an opportunity within the last just 9 months of adding an additional 60,000 square foot of manufacturing space. We have 225 employees ranging from product design and engineering and innovation, R&D, all the way to our significant welding team, automation in terms of flat sheet metal material processing, robotic press brakes, so across the board, and really excited about what the future holds. For EMIT, for the community of Sheridan, we have worked really hard over the course of the last, well, especially 4 years, to figure out what we're good at and how we can stabilize that cyclical nature of the business and where we can really find our niche that serves a market that's fairly adjacent to what we're already doing today. And at the same time, I think there's just a ton of opportunity this year. We should triple our revenue from last year. And are in a position with just operational efficiencies that we should only have to double our head count. But still, obviously, huge challenges come with those opportunities, but excited for what's ahead.
Awesome, thanks. And I think all 3 of these folks are going to kind of tell you some exciting stories about what's happening in Wyoming, and it really is kind of launched by the energy industry, and EMIT's a great story. If you're ever in Sheridan and you have the time, it's a great facility to go see it. All all three of these folks have really neat processes to go see as well and to see what's happened. One of my favorite stories about this is that after the CBM downturn, every oil and gas job in Sheridan County that was lost since that has been replaced by a manufacturing job. And so EMIT's done that, and LNH has been part of that. So really exciting part of just the way our economy is changing in Wyoming. And Marshall Sass is another person who kind of can represent that a little bit. He's going to tell you a little bit different story because he moved here as an entrepreneur to start a business. And so really glad Marshall's in Wyoming now, and just why don't you tell folks about Red River?
Yeah, glad to be here too. Thank you for the opportunity, Rennie. Congrats on the growth with EMIT. That's pretty serious. But yeah, we've had, my family's had roots in Wyoming for a long time. My dad actually worked for the Hewlett sawmill when he was in high school. So, but moved here 13 years ago, 14 years ago, and bought Red River, and things have been an adventure from there. But we got our start in oil and gas, of course, building facilities in North Dakota and Wyoming, and then but manufacturing has always been kind of at the forefront of my goals, and so we had some serious growth in the first 5 years or so of the business, and then in early 20. All of the work dried up and forced us to diversify. So we actually narrowed our focus and went towards pressure vessel manufacturing, and then spent a couple of years basically just diversifying our portfolio. And now we're in a lot of similar stuff maybe as EMIT, but the data center, water treatment. We do quite a bit of renewables work. We still do quite a bit of oil and gas. We love the oil and gas industry, but pretty well diversified, and very little of our work stays in Wyoming anymore. It's 98% of it is shipped out of the country. We're about 50 people, and growing rapidly. We just broke ground on a new facility east of Gillette there, and are looking forward to many more years of growth.
Great. We'll hear a little bit more about Red River's story and Marshall's story. And if you don't know Mike Wandler yet, you're missing out, and I'm glad he's with us today. Just flew in from D.C., got an award from the Small Business Administration for the state award from SBA. So congrats, Mike. Glad you're back in town and made it through the storm. Will you tell a little bit about LNH's story and its evolution too?
Yeah, so Mike Wandler, I'm the CEO and one of the owners of LNH Industrial, headquarters in Gillette, Wyoming. We also have a great shop in Sheridan, Wyoming. LNH started in 1964. My dad came to Gillette to run a machine shop that was existing, and it went into receivership, so he bought it out of receivership, and LNH was born in 1964. And so it was working on drilling rigs. It was oil and gas. I think it was mostly oil back then, but fixing drilling rigs, upgrading them, the same things we do today, but focused on drilling rigs in the 60s and 70s. And it was boom times, right? And the coal mines, I came in when I was 14, I started working there, and the oil had crashed. It crashed right as I was entering it, right? So I was 14, I didn't know what that meant or why anybody cares, because I was making minimum wage anyway. So they couldn't cut my pay. So I got elevated very quickly and at a very young age through the machine shop, and cut my teeth in coal mining. So the coal mines were the hot thing in Gillette at that time, so we transitioned from oil and gas. My dad wasn't very happy about that. He really loved the oil and gas guys. I didn't know any better, so I just started out in the coal mining, working on machines. The coal mines went really well. The oil never came back at a large level. We continued growing and diversifying in mining, got into railroad work in the 90s, and then in the 2000s, when we had bought my dad out, he had a heart transplant, and I bought my oldest brother out. The remaining shareholders, we decided we wanted to go global. So at that point, we were, 7 million to 8 million, something like that, very based in Campbell County. Most of our sales were Campbell County. And now we're about 115 million. Half of it's exports out of the country, and over 90% of it's out of Wyoming. So it's been quite a ride, and happy to be here and happy to talk about it. I'm 40 some years into it at this point. I love manufacturing. If I stay healthy, I'm going to be in it another 40 years, and we've got it completely, closely, privately held now. It's 100% owned by Wyoming family, and we're a global company. We've got facilities in Tempe, Arizona, right in Phoenix, right by Sky Harbor. A couple facilities down in Mexico, one in Chile. We've had facilities all over the world, and now we're basically in this hemisphere, but we still sell globally and to all kinds of different industries. So a lot of surface mining, that's still a majority. And oil mining up in the oil sands. So Canada's big for us. Mexico, Chile, Brazil, those are all big markets. But we're also in space. So our mission is to design, engineer, manufacture, and maintain the biggest machines on Earth. And now we're focused on the space race, so we don't have any parts off Earth yet, but it's just a matter of time. We are doing about $6 million in ground support equipment to get the rockets to the moon. So the last rocket that went to the moon, there was a lot of ground support equipment that L&H had done recently and in the past 20 years. So there's growing industry there. All of the energy industry we work on. So we do a lot of work on hydro. We got massive machines that can rebuild hydro dams and rebuild all the parts for them. So that's a hot market right now. Wind, we're rebuilding wind shafts in Gillette and in Phoenix. And aggregate mineral processing's large for L&H, shovels. We've got a litany of product lines. And now we're on to digital work. So Ops IQ, if you look up Ops IQ, it's our being able to light up these machines to see exactly what's going on with them and wrapping AI around that so that the people can maintain and manage running these machines. So we're still diversifying and growing, and I love it. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. I think it's so cool. Now, a company from Gillette helps get Artemis 2 off the ground, and that's really cool. I'm going to take 1 second because Rob made the mistake of letting me have a microphone. My favorite, I'm half Canadian. Here's one of my favorite joke now. So, the U.S. was great, took a Canadian to space on that Artemis 2. But, the repayment is Canada just launched its own program. Its new space ship is going to be called the Apollo G. Think about that one on the way home. All right, so you got to make sure that you guys are awake. We in Wyoming talk a lot about grit and resilience, and I think all three of these companies have really actually shown that resilience over time. Some of it's a couple of decades, some of it is just the last decade. But when we're talking about that ability to survive and be resilient, what is it that you think you look for in policy to be successful? And have your company be successful?
Yeah, great question. I think we are lucky in the manufacturing space to, unlike many of you, or probably most of you in the room, we don't have to worry about day-to-day, right? We're very lucky. We have manufacturing sales tax exemption. The state of Wyoming maybe is not so lucky, but that's for another discussion. But I think it comes back to we really rely on partnerships and relationships that we have built and continue to build across the state. For EMIT specifically, we work very closely and are proud members of the Wyoming Business Alliance, and I really look to Rennie and his team to monitor those things relative more than anything to workforce. From another policy standpoint, I guess back probably a year and a half ago, was very thankful to have a relationship already with Cyrus Western and his role in the EPA, really helping us overcome some challenges that we had while able to maintain compliance, but remove some of that red tape. So, I think ultimately it comes down to the policy issues that we want. We want to be able to continue to grow and expand, and we want those barriers removed. We want Wyoming to be a place where our children stay, or at least certainly they come back, where people want to come and work and have an opportunity to buy a house and enjoy the community and all of the community things that the state has to offer. And so more than anything, really just looking at our greatest challenge right now in terms of workforce.
Great. Marshall, anything you want to add to that one?
No, I mean, I would second it for sure. I really appreciate all of the above energy approach with the folks in the room and all the conversations we've heard so far. And for sure, the workforce, it's kind of for us, we don't have a huge problem finding people. There's a lot of hardworking people, but the challenge is trained workforce, especially for what we do. It's very niche market. We operate under the ASME pressure vessel code, and so the processes that we use and the way that we manufacture is a lot different than the surrounding region. And so that's kind of a challenge, is the trained workforce that are ready to go, day one. But I can definitely second Michelle's on especially the energy approach.
Mike, LNH, as you said, has changed a lot over time. How does policy and the acceptance of change, especially in a policy space, how have you seen that, and how important is that to you?
It's very important. I didn't realize how important until I started working on nuclear energy, and then the politicians started getting in my way and undoing everything I was doing. So that's been a learning curve for me, and I was able to stay away from politics. I was on the business council from about 2010 to 2018, so I was in that piece of the politics, and it gave me a high level of appreciation for what they do and what the state does to keep abuse, waste, and fraud, and to properly deploy taxpayer funds, which is very important. But getting into nuclear, and I was trying to manufacture nuclear. I set up Evercore Energy to potentially own reactors, and then I was working with Steve Allmeyer from INL, and he's an amazing human being. But he brought up to me that, hey, you guys are in the lead on nuclear now. You're not going to keep that lead if you don't get your politicians organized around this subject. And I was like, whatever, that's somebody else's problem. But he was right, and the lack of organization and the politicians all running different directions on all of these things. Nuclear people have thin skin. If you start telling them, go away, we don't want you here, they go away. They're not like coal, oil, and gas guys that are thick-skinned and they'll just stick around and they'll push through it. They'll go away if they can find somebody else to go to. And we saw that happen a couple times on a couple billion-dollar things that could have been great for the state, which is fine. It's politics, and we'll get more. But if you look at Utah and how well organized they've been on that subject and how far they've gotten, we had the lead on them big time, like 3-4 years ago. We were way ahead of them. Now they are ahead of us, and we need to catch that lead back up. And part of it is having great leadership in politics and getting people organized and wanting growth and diversification. I'm a growth and diversification guy. That's why LNH is where it's at. That's why I'm where I'm at. I understand everybody that just wants to go back to the way it was or keep things static. I understand where that's coming from. I have a lot of family and friends that are that way. It's just the only insane thing to want, because nothing's going to stay the same, and you can't go back to the way it was. That's impossible. It's insane. All you can do is affect the change. So if you are pro-growth and pro-diversification and you get in front of it, which is some of what we've been talking about today, then you can affect the change. And I'm not saying double or triple our population. Just do the right things for the voters, the majority of the voters in Wyoming. And we need to find politicians to run that have that mindset, and then we need to support them.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's what's so great about being in this room too, is this room is full of folks who really do care about Wyoming growing and being stronger. And I think all of you have seen, though, how important it is to embrace the next thing and be part of having that change. So, Emmett, you've had to do that, very much oil and gas focused at first. How hard is it to pivot and expand and make that diversification. Your introduction made it sound like, oh, it's no problem.
I was waiting for this question to really let you all have it. No, it's hard. I mean, I think, we got to the point, obviously, in 19, our last layoff, the community of Sheridan was up in arms. And I was sharing last night at dinner. It's like I spent 7 years in the coal industry. I grew up with my dad in the coal industry, and I didn't feel like the community of Gillette necessarily reacted in that way. But like I referenced earlier, Sheridan is a bit isolated from that. And so we really got in a position where it was like, we're never going to retain employees or hire new employees when the boom comes back. So we've got to do something different. So we've invested in these capabilities over time and in our products and development. And so it's a shame for these machines to sit idle. And so really just start hitting the phones with our sales team, cold calling, looking at should we build consumer products, anything made out of steel we could build. Exploration is very expensive. It takes a lot of time to figure out what you're good at, what you're not good at. We dabbled in the consumer product space. We're like, no, we are way too industrial for that. We had a little side hustle in Colorado with structural steel. That was a nightmare. And finally, we've gotten to the point that I think we figured out what works and what doesn't. But for us at the time, it was absolutely necessary for not only our own organization, but the employees, future workforce, the community of Sheridan, the greater state of Wyoming to find opportunities to help stabilize, and especially an opportunity then to grow beyond that.
Right. Give a little love to our friends in Gillette here with this next question. Marshall, you were in Washington. You know a little bit about what it would be like to run a business in Washington State. Talk a little bit about that perspective of having moved here, and now you're trying to get a new building built in Gillette. What would it be like, kind of compare and contrast Wyoming versus Washington, and what it's like to face kind of change in building business and growing?
Yeah, it wouldn't even be the same business. It's I still have a lot of friends and family, and most of my family's here now, but my wife's family is in Washington, so we go back often, and of course we still have a lot of friends there. But yeah, Wyoming is awesome. There's no looking back for me. We put in an application for a permit in Campbell County to put up our building, and we have enough space for around 100,000 square feet. So this is the first of hopefully 100,000 square feet, and the permits were approved within a week. And I don't know if there's a county in Washington that you could have permits approved within 6 months. It's just not but the biggest thing I think is first also too, that every place has its opportunity. There's opportunity in every state to do, whatever's there. But the other big part of it for me is the culture and the people. That it's a hard working, deeply blue collar state, and we have guys that will work 80, 90 hours a week, or jump in a truck and drive to Texas and back to hit a schedule. Our vendors, they'll meet us at 2 a.m. to get a part that we're missing, or so it's I think the culture for me is one of the biggest thing, but also like these types of events where you have legislators and all the way to business people, and there's such a diverse group all in one room is pretty huge.
Great. Well, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Rusty, for your work on that project. Again, just helping do economic development at that real level of just keeping projects going. Mike, here we sit with the Next Frontier conference, and as you look at manufacturing in particular, what are you thinking is the next frontier? Since oil and gas, you've added coal, you've added wind, you've added space, and nuclear. What are the next few years looking like for you?
Yeah, so nuclear is really just coming on for us. I've been working on it about 4 years, and we've got our NQA1 set up now, and I've got a team in a new building. It's going to be separated from the normal work, because if not, it'll swallow all of my normal work, and I don't want to leave that work, nor those customers, nor that revenue behind. So that we've got a focus of a building, the old General Electric building, and a team, and a whole separate business outlook. That's going to grow. It's been hard. Any growth is hard. I've been working on it 4 years. I'm a few million in, so it's in growth in general. That's just the point. You got to start early, and you got to push, and you don't have a 100% guarantee. This one's going to be huge, though. They were talking yesterday, BWXT, about all the indicators are that it's here and it's happening and the building's happening. So that's a good bet. I would say that's going to grow. We need about $6 million a year at least, and it should grow faster than that. AI is huge, and I'm putting a lot of money into AI, wrapping myself and all of my people that will tolerate it with AI. And that, I think we'll have about, a year from now, we'll have about 80% of them that fully have customized AI around their jobs to help them do more, faster, higher quality. We're probably 25% of the way there on that. That's the lowest hanging fruit if you're in any business, to really set yourself apart and dominate your industry. Doesn't matter if you're in manufacturing. If you're in manufacturing or you're in mining, you'll be light years ahead of everybody else, because those industries don't move very fast. So there's even a bigger advantage if you're in our industries. So nuclear, space is big. They're spending $30 billion a year to get to the moon, Mars, and beyond. And with the current administration, they're pushing more of that to small business. The last administration was pushing it all to unionized big business. This administration is pushing it to small business. So not only is the spend going up, but an extra 30 or 40% of it's going to small business. So there's huge opportunity there, and I think that'll continue doubling, and that we'll be building parts that are going on the moon very soon. What else did we have? Oh, Ops IQ. So I told you we were lighting up machines. So now we have our own Ops IQ site that we can go in and sensor. We're doing drag lines. Did a drag line last week. It's number 4. You light up the entire piece of equipment with new sensors, really latest and greatest sensors, and then you can immediately see through our Ops IQ dashboard how the machine's health and maintenance is and what's going wrong with it. So you save the customer a fortune, gives you another contact point with that customer. But we've been doing it in mineral processing and in conveyors for a while. We've been doing shovels. Now we're doing drag lines. That one's a few more. We're probably 6 years into that. And it's really gaining traction. So I would say that one's going to continue growing, and that's more of a subscription model. So you get the revenue continually. We've never been in that world. That's a pretty nice world to be in. I would recommend it. So yeah, those are the big ones. And there's always more than that. Some of them fail, most of them win, and all of them have to be aligned with our mission, vision, and values and fit our culture, and we have to bring something to the table. So it's just incrementally, but spreading the bets across many and having great people that actually make those things happen, that's the key.
Well, and I think that there's just something about being willing to embrace something new that is so important for every one of these businesses, right? And I think in this room, the Energy Authority has to do this, right? We go back, boy, it was about 20 years ago, right? There was a moment when it felt like we were going to pit gas against coal nationally. And folks in Wyoming, in particular, really rejected that. And I think that that's an important thing that we do now, too, is think about that we're adding. That we should not ever accept that it's binary when we're making these choices.
That's an important point, and we always deal with that because our old customers, this has been since I was a kid watching this, the old customers, especially when they're suffering, they're mad that you have a new customer that's profitable. They're mad at you because they're they do want you to go down with them. And I always remind them, it's no good if I go broke with you and then you come back, which we see this happening with coal right now. You pop back up and you need us and we're not here because we went broke with you. So it's the normal human reaction. If you left a customer or you didn't leave them, they left you because they can't afford you anymore, and you had an opportunity to do something else, they're not going to like you while they're broke. But they will when they're not broke anymore and they need you to come get their machines running.
Marshall, what are you thinking about the next frontier?
Yeah, I would second Mike for sure. What I was kind of kicking around was the oil and gas is on the rise again, and it seems like the supply chains are a little bit disconnected after the last kind of fallout, and I was curious how that's going to pan out for the oil and gas when they come back and need vendors. But definitely, I think that if we can push for Wyoming to become more of a manufacturing state, and of course I'm a manufacturing guy, and not just an extraction state. It seems like for over 100 years we've pulled stuff out of the ground and shipped it somewhere else to make it into what it needs to be, whatever the product is. And some of it stays, of course, with we burn coal here and different things. But that to me is kind of the big push is manufacturing. And if we can, as a business, if we can continue to diversify and it brings like the stability to someday get to where Mike's at with the 60-year pin on his collar, that the stability, the long-term stability that the diversification can bring is the goal. So,
Well, that resilience, by you diversifying, you've stuck around for your oil and gas customers who now need you more again, right? Michelle, from EMIT's perspective, how are you thinking about that next frontier?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think similar to some of what Mike mentioned, for us right now at the forefront is all data driven, right? So capitalizing on our existing capabilities, our core products that are already in the field, and really working with our customer base to take that to the next level. We've been sending data in a subscription model for probably 3 years, and it is hands down the best type of revenue. But then even beyond that, building upon our controls and the data that we're sending to our customers in terms of machine learning and digital twin, the predictive maintenance that allows, especially down in the Permian when they might not have mechanics within 100 miles. And so being able to predict those things, providing them with the analytics and the estimates based on previous history, and the development of those, we invested heavily in expanding our software engineering team, and so a lot of exciting opportunities for us in the future. And I think for our customer base, they operate fleets, and so in order to capture the entire fleet, we have to capture one asset at a time. And how we approach that as an entire system and building upon our product offering to provide value to them outside of just the mechanical components that we manufacture is really exciting for us.
Excellent. If folks have questions too, we'd love to bring you all into the conversation. So please do feel free to give those to Emily or Rob, and we'll start adding those in here shortly. I think we've talked a little bit about some of the challenges, but also the successes. Manufacturing in Wyoming, though, is not easy, especially as you diversify into spaces where your customer is not in Wyoming. Talk a little bit about kind of how you're dealing with and what those big challenges are for being a manufacturer in Wyoming, and you're trying to serve Cape Canaveral, and kind of how you have to make business decisions based on that. And maybe we'll start down there with you again, Mike.
Yeah, so we're short run custom, so we're also looking for value added sales. So we're the best total cost of ownership. We're never the cheapest price. There's plenty of people that are cheaper price. So you have to look for customers and work where that matters. So the customer that matches that mission, vision, values, and the type of work, because not all of their work needs to be value added. So you find those customers that fit. And then we go to our customers. So I'm a big fan of keeping headquarters in Wyoming and keeping majority ownership in Wyoming, but go to where your customers are. So we have plants all over the world. We follow our customers. We actually thought about setting one up in Kennedy Space Center. Haven't got there yet, but we may if that keeps growing. So we set up remote locations where our customers are if we can find talent. It's very hard to find talent in the rest of the world. It's very easy to find talent in Wyoming. The culture just fits manufacturing, it fits repair. What Marshall was saying, you'll have people that'll drive all night if they need to, and that's what we have. Also, I would say you don't need nearly the amount of people to manufacture as you used to, and the innovation makes people twice as productive every year, literally. So you can imagine that you used to need a big population to do manufacturing. You don't need a big population anymore. So Wyoming's in the game. So that's no longer a barrier. The other thing that my Alaskan friends taught me is, I was complaining about how remote we were, and they don't buy that. We're sitting in the middle of the United States, right? So we are actually in a perfect position. So you don't want to go after cheap work where you need to be near the materials, or you need to be near the customer, right? Leave that to the cheap guys that are strategically setting up really close to the materials, the raw materials, or the customer. But there's plenty of value-added stuff out there where the freight doesn't matter. So I would say from Wyoming, if you're looking at parts and people are worried about whether the freight's gonna knock you out of being competitive, that's not Wyoming work. Stay away from it, right? When freight's not even in the conversation, we ship parts that are hundreds of tons all over the world from Gillette, Wyoming. We just shipped one down to Kennedy Space Center. It was 8 meters in diameter. They don't worry about the freight. They have to buy that somewhere. The freight's immaterial. So you have to look for the right type of work and the profitable work. So let's gather up all the profitable work and let's leave the unprofitable work for all those other states. That's what we need to do.
Well, and it is awesome. Thanks for saying that about the great talent in Wyoming too, because I think there's several people in this room too on the other side of this as you are the contractor to manufacturers in Wyoming. And one of my favorite stories of the last year was my BWXT friends were looking and were trying to meet manufacturers, and they needed something done because they got jumped in time to have an opportunity to run a test on some equipment. And so they were looking for something to get manufactured really quickly. And it was High-Vis here in Laramie, manufacturer in the gun space, was able to pivot, and somebody can tell the full story on the next panel. But essentially, a Wyoming manufacturer who hadn't worked in this space was able to get a prototype done over the weekend, and that enabled BWXT to do a test in one of the national labs, which sped things up. And there's great innovation and ability. And Marshall, you were saying you're a shop guy. So I think there's probably something for the energy industry to know, right, about manufacturers like you that, give you a challenge and you'll go in the shop and probably solve it for them too. So just count on Wyoming manufacturers to innovate, and if somebody needs something, think the talent is here to get it done.
Yeah, no question that the talent is here. The workforce is here. I'll tag along with Mike there, but the challenge in front of us is kind of more about diversification is a major priority, and so in order to be diversified and to serve the markets that you need to serve, with confidence, or you have to be a certain size, and otherwise you got all your eggs in one basket because you can only, serve so much. So the growth in front of us is the biggest challenge now, and where to focus, and really I think that's kind of my main thing is the focus. You gotta, if you're gonna be the best at something, you gotta do the one thing. And so I'm kind of rambling here, but to focus and to prioritize the type of work that will give us the growth that we need in order to be diversified enough to be stable. And then from there, we'll see where it goes. But I would also agree that the AI and the next generation of workforce is a big deal. We pretty much use AI and across the board, not as much in the shop as probably some of these two do, but yeah, it's a big deal. You got to embrace it, and it's kind of the next chapter for sure.
Excellent. Michelle, one of the things that you and I have talked a lot about over the 2 years I've been at the Business Alliance is workforce. And there's this challenge we face, and that is the largest high school graduating class in the U.S. was the 2025 graduating class. So every graduating class now will be smaller than that one. So we've got workforce constraints in a big way just in terms of demographics. How have you been dealing with the workforce challenge? Because again, it's a space you got to innovate a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, when I was thinking about this before today, I was like, my one-word answer is like, not well. But I mean, I don't think that tells the whole story. So I do think that we're lucky at EMIT because especially our blue collar, our production, frontline employees, really only our welding division, which is significant and needs to grow exponentially this year, is maybe what we would necessarily call a skilled trade. So we have the opportunity across our material processing, running our automated equipment. Now, could that be a skilled trade in a different community that there were opportunities to find people that had done those things? Sure. But I think one thing I'm proud of is that we can find someone that comes from any background, whether it's, I mean, straight out of high school. We do that often, and that is an opportunity for us that I think has been very beneficial because those students, if we find them in Sheridan or in the greater Sheridan County area, they have roots in Sheridan, which has been proven to be very successful. But training, you know, we just have to train on the job, whether it's our powder coating, it's our electronics assembly, we have the ability to do that. But then I think the challenge comes from you really have to set up your workforce for success. And so over the course of the last several years, really focused on narrowing scope, setting up new hires and existing employees for success, explaining to them what their key accountabilities are, what they need to do day in and day out. Because especially with workforce like this that is fairly unskilled, you can't assume that they're going to come in and just figure everything out. And I think for years and years we took that approach. And so I think it comes down to like retaining the workforce that you have. And I'm really proud that we've maintained over the course of the last 2 years like 17% turnover, because turnover is expensive. And manufacturing benchmark is like 25. So I'll take it as a win. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, our greatest struggle right now is welding labor shortage. We've got 45 right now, and we need 100 by the end of the year. And so trying to, you know, that is something that, like to Marshall's point, those things, we don't even need certifications. We can certify them for some of our structural work on site, but to train someone from having no experience. But we are lucky that there are really strong CTE programs across the state, even more so in Sheridan County. So trying again to find, because of the housing challenges that we have within Sheridan, trying to find those kids that already have roots in Sheridan and partnering with community colleges across the state and Wyotech right here in Laramie. I think building those relationships, sharing your story, nobody else is going to share your story for you. And so capturing those potential employees, because like these two have said, the workforce is here. You know, Wyoming is made of people that will work hard, have grit, and will get after it. It's just a matter of finding them.
Rob, do you want to?
Yeah. So actually, first question will be from me. You know, I've been in government long enough now to know that what we do worst is reinvent the wheel. Obviously, you all around here as manufacturers, we focus on energy, and something that I've done since I've been taking over the Energy Authority is make sure we really stay in our lane, right, and bring in our partners that do things well. I point to DEQ, right? We don't regulate or permit, so we got a project that comes through the door, has questions. Great, go talk to Todd Parfit and his team. They do a great job. So my question to you all would be, as we get a lot of sort of the front door for new energy projects that come to the state, how can we best serve you guys and help you guys when they're looking for maybe manufacturers in the state that need help with their parts?
Yeah, send them to us. Let them know that there are manufacturers and there's people that can help them with their site work and all of that. So send them to the Business Alliance or the Wyoming Innovative Entrepreneurs, and let's introduce them. The assumption is there's nobody here that can build things and make things, and that's just not true. It's actually one of the states that has that left in it. And if I have my way, we're gonna not only grow L&H exponentially in manufacturing for the energy industry and beyond, but we're going to grow every other manufacturer in Wyoming as fast as they want to grow into that. And it's going to be locally headquartered and locally owned, but it's going to be global companies. And we have a magnificent chance to do that with the renaissance of nuclear energy. We could lead the setup of a brand new manufacturing of components for the nuclear energy for all of the nuclear manufacturers and even the old ones, but the new ones. It's the first time in my lifetime that they need to set up all of this brand new, and we're very able to do that. We're ready. We're willing to do that. L&H can lead it and show everybody else how to do it. I would love it if BWXT and everybody else can call and get 3 quotes from Wyoming for every part, for every machine they're running, and then we get to maintain it later, right? This is my model. So you're building the first ones, but you're also the one they call 20 years from now when they need a replacement. And Wyoming can dominate that. We should dominate that. So send them our way and let them know we're capable.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo some of what Mike said. I think centralizing where those opportunities are, where they come into, whether it's a business alliance or what have you, I think there are tons of manufacturers and fabricators across the state, and every business is different. So I think one of the things for EMIT is we're really looking for long-term opportunities. And so while there's many other job shops and manufacturing companies that are more project focused. And so getting it though out in front of the manufacturing circle within the state is super critical because absolutely more than likely there is work there's demand for it and there is an opportunity for it.
Yeah, and we do have that ability to provide that list of manufacturers, but I do think that there's this other layer, and that is you may be asking for something that nobody in the world has done, or you don't think that a company here could pivot quickly enough to do it, but they can. So just know that the Business Alliance, Manufacturing Works, our partners, the Wyoming Innovative Entrepreneurs, all of them can help get those connections in place and just reimagine what's possible.
And I'd also say be careful who you introduce them to, because some people don't represent Wyoming very well. So let's have a curated list of who you're introducing them to.
Yeah, go to Mike, not me. No.
Yeah, fair enough.
Class this place up.
A lot of questions about the legislature here. So what, as business leaders and employers of Wyomingites, what advice would you have for the 2020 legislature, or 2027 legislature, sorry?
This is Rennie's deal, but
I know, I'm like, Rennie, can you speak on our behalf?
I guess I get paid to do that.
Pro-business.
Yeah, it's been great because, as a matter of fact, Mike and Michelle and I in particular over the last few months have been really engaged in this conversation because we do feel, I think, as the business community and as leaders from the business community inside the Alliance, we've been talking about this a lot. And I think that there's a moment where we could have people be voting against energy expansion and innovation. And we certainly saw bills run this last session that would have done that, right? Would have closed the door. And as Mike said, folks in the nuclear industry from outside Wyoming who are looking to make investments here are a little bit squeamish right now about Wyoming. We can't keep kind of sending up messages that we don't want a great new industry to grow here. I think our folks in wind are seeing that as well. And, we're talking about $1 billion of investments that are coming here without, Wyoming tax incentives or anything like that. In fact, we're the only state that taxes wind generation. And we still have people who want to make $1 billion investments here. We don't want to close the door on them. And I think that that's the message that the Business Alliance is going to send. And we did, just because we're taking this so seriously, we just formed a political action committee. And so we're going to get involved in some races to say that, is that we need folks who are about abundance and growth of our economy, not who are looking to try to slow things down or go back in time. So that's our message, and that's the message to the 2027 legislature is we have opportunity. It is not knocking on the door, it is through the threshold. So let's welcome those folks and grow in a way that Wyoming always has. As Mike said, the coal industry was not welcomed here in the 70s. We love the coal industry now. It's a great industry for Wyoming. We can welcome new things and change and make it part of who we are.
Yeah, to expand on that, when I started out in the 80s, the coal mines had just came around, and actually I started hearing it in the 70s before I was even in LNH. The ranchers, when the oil and gas came, the ranchers threw rocks at them. They did not want them here, right? They kind of liked them as soon as they were oil ranching, but they didn't really want them here. But those two banded together when the coal came, and they were fighting against the coal. So the oil and gas guys and the ranchers didn't want the coal in town. And luckily, the coal was thick-skinned, and they pushed through, and thank goodness. And then now you see all of them banding together, maybe against nuclear or data centers or something else. It's just normal. It's just humans being humans. It's fine. And sometimes it's right, it probably saves us, but normally when it falls into the category of just anti-growth and anti-diversification, it's not fine. Wanting things to be the way they used to be or be the same is insane. That's not how the world works for anybody. But I guess you could be, some of those Amish communities or whatever that just, solidify themselves in times, but I don't think very many humans really want that. So I think that's super important. Wyoming is the freest place in the United States, and the United States is the freest place on earth. So I'm a fan of let's keep that, but also if we want to capture these industries and keep growing and diversifying for our future descendants, we have to make smart decisions, and I don't think we have to overpopulate the state, which is what I get thrown in my face whenever I say that. People are worried about overpopulation. It's not population anymore. Population doesn't matter. You can do all of this stuff without massively growing the population, but growth and diversification matters. I think the critical thing right now, you all know this, I'm preaching to the choir, we need to get good candidates to run that are sane, and we need to get them to displace these insane people that don't want growth and diversification. That's number one right now that we need to work on. And thank goodness Rennie's raised his hand and said, I'll help you do that, because that's not the highest and best use of my time. I would be terrible at it. And as soon as I got the fire put out, I would move on, right? Whereas we can now build something, the business community, through the Business Alliance and this PAC, can now contribute to Rennie, and he is incredibly better at this than I am and ever will be. And we need somebody doing this. We need leadership in the political side so that we can have great people running that represent most of the citizens.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's sort of, for those of you that weren't here yesterday, part of my opening remarks were exactly that article I found, or Kyle found, back in 1973. There was like, God forbid that Wyoming ever mine coal, right? It's going to destroy the state. And it's unfortunate if we have that mindset now, right? Because everything we have built in the state is because we didn't have that mindset back then, or at least it wasn't the overwhelming sentiment. And then, Mike, to your point on nuclear, it was tough. I remember when we announced our big project up in Gillette that we talked about yesterday, it unfortunately was the same exact week that another nuclear project announced that they were not coming to Wyoming. And instantly our phones blew up from other companies that we had been talking to saying, hold up, I thought Wyoming was wanting to do this. What's going on here? And so it was tough for us to say, look, as the executive branch and the Energy Authority, we were very much focused on nuclear and what it can provide for the state. But it is, we're having to regain a little ground now. You're definitely right. Question to you, Mike. I remember years ago in my old job, I was in Orlando, Florida for a different conference, and I jump on the flight to Denver, and who do I see? Mike Wandler, who was not at the conference I was at, and talked about what you're doing with NASA and everything. But I know you've also written a couple books. What got you to want to do that and kind of share your story and sort of your leadership journey? Because I think that's super critical too, that folks from Wyoming, in Wyoming, that can read and learn about leaders that have, come up through the same school system and ranks that they have. So what got you to do that?
Yeah, so what got me to do that was you reach a plateau. I'm leading 250 people in LNH, and it's been up to 600, but there's probably thousands of people that I'm leading. Not all of them are my employees. And so how do you make that leadership last longer? I'm looking to keep this thing going way after I'm gone, right? And the way you do that is you write it down. You write books, right? You can only do so much by meeting with people. So my coaches were telling me, well, if you want to have lasting influence and influence that goes beyond just you having conversations, you write books. So I was practicing it, right? So I had some great help from Carrie Overbrenner to write my first book on mental fitness and resilience. And I wrote that because I was capturing it for my tribe, and it was basically just capturing it for my tribe. And while I was doing it, I was practicing writing the book, and for my future book writing, and capturing it for my tribe. And we've got our turnover down to 2%. Back in 2012, it was 30%. It was 30% for the first 40 years. Now we've got it down to 2%. Part of that is mental fitness and resilience, and how you think about your tribe and how you treat them. So that book is all about that. You can get it on Amazon. It's great. It's got a cult following now. And don't listen to the Audible. The Audible's terrible. I had it done with AI. It's awful. But the book is great, and it's a roadmap to how I think about organizing in my 40 years of what I've learned, and how you get people into flow, individual flow and team flow. So it starts out with mental fitness and resilience. The second book was on innovate energy. So that is about this whole subject of energy and all of the above energy and the leadership of energy, and of course it's tilted towards manufacturing. So there's two different things in there, but it's a book about energy that is worth reading, and it's very timely right now. Energy is super important, and it's going to take great leaders, and there's a lot going on in energy. So yeah, check them out. Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks for the plug.
For what it's
Appreciate
worth,
that.
I thought the Audible was great.
Great?
Yes.
Oh, okay,
Not bad at
never
all.
mind.
No, I know it was interesting over the years that the phrase all the above started to get a little interesting in some circles. And so we continue to say it, but also that more is more, right? If we can get more energy with Wyoming's stamp on it, whether in the state or out of the state, right, that's great for everyone here. So it's that, as you said, Rennie, the abundance mindset that we have to have. I think we got time for one more question, and I know you guys talked about this a little bit, but I think for those that are maybe looking for jobs or friends that are, what kind of jobs are you looking to fill right now at your companies? And you kind of touched on this as well, that finding workforce in Wyoming isn't a huge struggle for you, but if there are any hurdles there, what does that look like?
Yeah, so for us, first and foremost, welders. Like I said, we need 50 plus more probably by the end of the year. But we are also, I think Marshall brought it up earlier, and maybe Mike, supply chain is a challenge. And so adding more positions in terms of procurement and vendor relationships and supply chain, always adding mechanical and software engineers. But we also have this perspective that it's like, you are always looking for good talent, and so especially if somebody's looking to go to Sheridan, there's certainly an opportunity there.
Yeah, we hire for fit and then train. We do a ton of training. Got a full kind of curriculum, as well as like a journeyman apprenticeship type of a program for training folks, but and it's kind of across the board, same thing. We're looking for procurement people and then shop welders and fitters. And there's some stuff on the horizon that I don't quite have my head wrapped around. Maybe these two do, but as you get more into automation and robotics, the mechatronics trades and some of that, if there's a way to bring some of those guys to Gillette area, would probably be a help. But like I said, we generally hire for fit. The high standards, intensity, and ownership is kind of the things we look for when we're hiring, and then we can train. If you don't have those, it's really hard to, you might be the highest skilled guy in the room, but it's really hard to work with if you're not a good culture fit.
Yeah, the cultural fit is the most important for us too. And then tradesmen are always a challenge. Machinists are a challenge. Everybody on night shift is a challenge. Or I think our night shift differentials now are like 40% higher pay, and you still have tough time getting people on there. So all the tradesmen, anybody that matches our culture and is interested in the AI stuff. It's very hard right now to find anybody in AI because that's hot, and all of the great talent has got incredible opportunities. So growing our own, but we really there's always postings on lnh.net, and they change. So I'm not even sure what's on there, but I bet you there's 5 or 10 of them on there at all times.
Great. Well, Rob, again, thanks so much for having this panel be part of it. Real honor to be here with everybody. In my opinion, you all in the energy industry, you fuel the economy in Wyoming, but folks like these three build our economy. And so it's an honor to work with all three of you and to be here in this conversation. So thanks to everybody for taking the time to have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you all, and we have a quick 30-minute networking break, so feel free to grab some coffee and come back at 10:45. All right, if everyone could find their way back to their seats, we'll go ahead and get started here again. Our next panel will be talking about power and possibility and with the nuclear energy both today and beyond today with some folks that are in the state and folks that look at this regionally and nationally. So I'd like you to help me in welcoming to the stage moderator John Wagner. He's the director of the Idaho National Lab. Amir Adnani, the CEO of UEC, Uranium Energy Corp. And Joe Miller, the president of government operations at BWXT.
Okay, good morning. Still morning, right? Yes. And welcome to our talk on nuclear energy. And I'm John Wagner. I'm from the Idaho National Laboratory. I'm the director there. And I look forward to an engaging conversation with Amir Adnani and Joe Miller. Amir with Uranium Enrichment Corporation. Uranium Enrichment Corporation. And Joe Miller from BWXT. In a moment, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. And make some remarks, and then I've got some prepared questions for them, but also would very much welcome actually questions from the audience. I'm anticipating that some of you know a lot about nuclear energy, but I'm also anticipating that many of you probably do not, and so definitely want to address those questions that you all might have. And before I go any further, let me just note a special thank you to Rob and the Wyoming Energy Authority for having us up here, but also for having a session on nuclear energy. I want to introduce myself and then make a few remarks about where I see nuclear energy at this moment in time. So I already mentioned Idaho National Laboratory. I am a nuclear engineer. I am very, very committed and passionate about nuclear science and technology, in particular nuclear energy. I've been in this field for coming up on like 30 years now. And so I've seen a lot of change over those years, and I wanted to frame where we're at this moment in time. And so when you go back to thinking about the beginning of nuclear power, I won't give you the long version, I promise I'll give you the short version. Nuclear electricity was first demonstrated on the Idaho National Laboratory site in 1951. Following that, 52 different nuclear reactors were designed, built, and operated on the site, primarily in the 50s and 60s. And out of that was born a nuclear industry, a commercial nuclear industry in the United States and well beyond the United States, such as now a global industry. And in addition to civilian application of nuclear power, our nuclear navy was also born in Idaho at the Idaho National Laboratory site. And I'm sure when we get to Joe, he'll talk about BWXT's role in that, both historically and going forward. And so we had this exciting time of nuclear innovation in the 50s, 60s, into the early 70s, commercial industry that was born out of that. If you look at when our power reactors in the United States were built out, there was very large peaks of new power plants coming online in the mid-70s and in the mid-80s. For a variety of reasons that we can get into, we stopped doing that. And so for most of my adult career, in the United States, we have not been building new nuclear power. We've built just 2 new large nuclear power plants in the last 3 or 4 decades. And so it was really kind of a stagnant time. And what I'm here to tell you now, with all that backdrop, is that is not where we are today. We are at the very beginning of what I refer to as a new nuclear era in the United States. And why is that? We can talk more about that as well, but key points of that are exploding energy demand growth. Yes, partly due to AI data centers and infrastructure, but other reasons as well. we're seeing, as a result of that, massive amounts of private investment come into the nuclear. When I say nuclear, I'm primarily talking about fission power. We can maybe take questions about fusion as well. But we're seeing tremendous investments come in from the private sector in fission. And we're seeing a significant change over, not just over the last year, but over the last several years in policy reforms and federal government support, both financially, but even more importantly, has been in the policy space. This was sort of capped off, if you will, last May when our president signed 4 executive orders to accelerate nuclear energy in the United States. And at a high level, you might think, I always first thought, why 4? But it's the comprehensive nature of those 4 executive orders that have dramatically changed things, certainly at our laboratory, across the Department of Energy, across government, but also in the commercial sector. And I'm sure we'll hear a little bit about that in a moment when I get done with my remarks. First and foremost, the executive order reinvigorating the nuclear industrial base. Each one of them set ambitious goals, and I won't go through all of them, but at a high level for that one, 5 gigawatts of power uprates in our 94 existing power plants. That's an ambitious goal by 2030, and they are taking actions as they are on all of these to actually achieve them. 10 large reactors under construction in the United States by 2030 is just a couple examples, and also reestablishing our industrial base for the front end of the fuel cycle, which I hope we're going to get into at some length. The next executive order, reform nuclear reactor testing across the Department of Energy. Most noteworthy for us, there's a lot in this one as well, is a goal that was set May of last year for 3 new reactors achieving criticality by July 4th of 2026, so July 4th of this year. I will admit to everybody that as much as I'm an optimist and as much as I love ambitious goals, when I saw that, I did not think that was possible. I'm here now in April, no, it's May, sorry, to tell you that we will achieve that goal. Okay, that's how things are moving. Third, reform the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So they were given a goal within 18 months to reform all their regulations related to nuclear reactor licensing and go through the rulemaking process, a process federal agencies go through to reform those regulations within 18 months. I can tell you the NRC also did not think that was possible, and they're doing it. And then last but not least, a set of goals related to nuclear for national security applications. I'm hoping Joe will talk a little bit about some of that work and the intersection that BWXT has. These are fundamentally shifted the entire nuclear industry and certainly the federal government side of it in the laboratories in terms of giving us focus and ambitious goals that we are executing against. And so it's a very, very different moment in nuclear energy now, right now. So a little bit more I want to say, and that is that in response to all of this, I sort of have so far been talking about the response or the perspective from the Idaho National Laboratory. The response to this is all of these private companies with private capital and some federal support that are working to make all this a reality, not just in terms of a demonstration, but in terms of commercial enterprise. So the government put out $2.7 billion to reestablish the front end of the nuclear fuel cycle, principally enrichment. They've awarded those to 3 different companies at $900 million each, so they're off and running. On our laboratory site, you'll hear these reactor company names that maybe you've not heard before. Companies like Oklo, Antares, Radiant, Allo, on, that are working to demonstrate small nuclear systems. Here in Wyoming, I think hopefully you're all aware of a company called TerraPower, who has a construction permit for a nuclear reactor in Kimmer, Wyoming. Another reactor that's actually under construction, a large reactor, is Kairos down in Tennessee. And then Oklo has a large reactor under construction on our site in Idaho as well. And I could go on and on with these companies. They won't all win. And one of the questions I'm going to go ahead and seed right now, and you guys can decide if you want to answer it, is why so many companies, and how is all that going to shake out? But the short answer I would say right now is the future of nuclear energy doesn't look like the current nuclear energy. And what I mean by that is right now we have 94 commercial power plants in this country. They're each light water reactor-based technologies, and they're each on the order of 1,000 megawatts in electricity generation in their capacity. Going forward, you're seeing companies respond to smaller power needs. You're seeing companies respond to needs of remote communities, remote mining, defense applications. So a whole set of reactors that I would call micro reactors that are on the order of a few megawatts up to maybe 10 or 20 megawatts. Then we've got the small modular reactor area, which is hundreds of megawatts, grid scale capability and or data center type of usage. And even in that area, you're seeing multiple technologies that offer different value streams for the potential customers, not just electricity generation, but for example, high temperature heat for industrial processing as some examples. And then I would not have thought we would build large light water reactors in this country again, but we absolutely, I believe we are, and actions are moving forward to there. So to close and then move over to the panelists, I would say that we thought that nuclear was one way, and we are seeing now a completely different set of possibilities for the nuclear energy industry. The demand growth, the private sector investment, and the federal policies are enabling it all. Some people refer to this as a nuclear moment. I want to reemphasize, I think this is the beginning of a new nuclear era. I know that a lot of people have skepticism about nuclear. They've heard of nuclear renaissances in the past that did not materialize. I personally believe it's fundamentally different this time, and maybe we can explore that in Q&A, and or my panelists might want to speak to that. So with that, sorry, potentially long intro, I did want to set the stage. I'd like to turn to Amir, and if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and also a little bit about your company and its role.
Okay, thank you. I'm Amir Adnani. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Uranium Energy Corp. I'm an entrepreneur by background. Uranium Energy Corp was an idea on the back of a napkin 21 years ago. And the idea was, geez, it doesn't really make sense that the US is importing over 90% of its uranium requirements to power nuclear reactors, to power the nuclear navy, for nuclear deterrence. Much of that was a function of what had happened during the Cold War days. We can talk about that later. Over 21 years, we've gone from a company that was a startup to today we're a $7 billion market cap company listed on the New York Stock Exchange. And we are the largest uranium mining company in the country. Our operations are in the Powder River Basin and the Great Divide Basin of Wyoming and South Texas. We have projects in Arizona. We have some exploration projects in Canada. We've recently announced plans to also become more vertically integrated, and by developing a new conversion capacity to refine and convert uranium into UF6, which becomes the feedstock for enrichment. We think this is all, I just can't think of a better time to be doing all of this. I mean, the US is still importing 95% of its uranium requirements for defense applications, particularly nuclear propulsion and the nuclear navy. Legally, we can't even use anything but US-produced material. That would be the definition referred to as unobligated uranium or unobligated fuel. So we have to have domestic capabilities if we're going to have a navy. We have to have domestic fuel capabilities if we're going to have nuclear deterrence. And 1 in every 5 homes in America is powered by nuclear already. So we have to have the fuel for that. And that's before we talk about SMRs and medium reactors, small reactors, large reactors. That all becomes new demand for fuel. The bottom line is we can put billions and billions and billions into building nuclear reactors, but if we can't fuel it, what's the point of that? And that's the issue we have. And I think the big advantage that Wyoming has, and I'll talk about it later maybe, but Wyoming is home to the largest uranium resources in the ground in the country. It's produced more uranium historically than any other state. and could definitely play a global role moving forward in this new era of demand for nuclear energy, demand for uranium. But again, remember, unless we have uranium, we don't have conversion, we don't have enrichment, we don't have fabrication, we don't have generation. Nuclear fission and the entire nuclear innovation and the nuclear dream starts with the fact that the most energy-dense commodity we know of today is uranium. A barrel of uranium that we store and after we produce it and package at our facility in Powder River Basin, 1 barrel of uranium has the same energy density as 100,000 barrels of oil. So it's this incredible energy density that uranium as a raw material has that we're looking to harvest when we talk about nuclear energy. So I'm looking to really hopefully interact with you and tell you the story and journey of how an entrepreneur has entered this arena, has built a company over the last 20 years from the ground up, and how today we're not just leading the way in Wyoming, but really leading the way in the US and hopefully in the world when it comes to being a long-term uranium supplier and hopefully very soon refining and conversion services as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Amir. Joe?
Excellent. Yeah, Joe Miller, President of Government Operations, which is really everything in the United States for BWXT. We also have operations in Canada. It's centralized near Toronto and Cambridge, Ontario. And so we look at nuclear much like John and Amir described. The growth that we're seeing now is unprecedented, except for maybe like in the 50s and 60s where we saw a lot of growth, a lot of new nuclear power builds. And BWXT is the remaining company of Babcock and Wilcox. So we spun off everything non-nuclear in 2015. So we saw the reemergence of nuclear. We saw the importance of the reemergence of both commercial and defense nuclear products. And we spun that part of the company off so we could create a completely focused company on nuclear. And we did that, and on the heels of that, we also started up a new organization called Advanced Technologies, and it's just like it sounds. It's focusing on everything new and different in the nuclear enterprise, from things like enrichment, new fuel fabrications, space reactors, terrestrial reactors, microreactors, everything that has been new over the last 10 years has been a focus of BWXT and this enterprise called Advanced Technologies. But our core business is the nuclear Navy. And so John talked a little bit about what that platform is, and it's a very mission-driven organization because nuclear is always mission-driven. It started off with the Manhattan Project. It went almost directly into the nuclear naval reactors program, which led to using a nuclear reactor that was intended for an aircraft carrier as the first pressurized water reactor for the commercial industry. And just like John mentioned, that's how this whole industry was born. And so we created a supply chain, and the reason why the supply chain was created the way that it was is to augment both the commercial and defense sectors simultaneously so we could grow that industry. And so over the last couple of years, we have seen explosive growth. A lot of venture capital money has gone in. A lot of entrepreneurs have entered the nuclear market, and it's because that mission is critical for energy security. Energy security, national security, the way in which we want to behave as humans on this planet in the future requires a lot of electricity. And so nuclear, because of the power density, and nuclear because of the way in which those reactors that are designed, the longevity of a nuclear reactor, that fuel cycle is really well understood, the materials, the designs, all of that's really well understood, but it hasn't been well funded until very recently. And so these executive orders that John talked about were absolutely crucial to kickstart that investment, which created new companies, which created a lot of activity at national labs and companies like BWXT, which has created a lot of momentum that is going to carry us for decades. And when Amir was talking about the way in which we mine, or haven't been mining uranium in the past, that was the very beginning. It's the beginning of how we create the new supply chain. And so the way that BWXT interacts with that supply chain from the different classes of reactors that John described is at the high end, the gigawatt scale reactors, AP1000s of that nature. We provide components. So we manufacture components for those reactors. We plan to bid on the $80 billion worth of nuclear reactors they plan to build in the United States. Same thing goes with the SMR industry. We work with TerraPower, we work with GE, we work with a variety of other companies out there that in our past would have been competitors. But we don't think that way as BWXT. We really, truly believe this industry is going to have an abundance of need, an abundance of manufacturing capability, and an abundance of fuel. So we're participating in the small modular reactor segment that way. And then in the microreactor segment, so think 20 megawatts and below, we have our own design. Actually, we have two designs. One's called the BWXT Advanced Nuclear Reactor. Eric Nygaard talked about that yesterday. That's a 20 megawatt reactor design that we plan to deploy here in the US and abroad. And then we have a smaller reactor that was born out of a Strategic Capabilities Office. It's part of the Department of War, called Project Pele. But the interesting thing about the microreactor segment, where a lot of new entrants have created businesses for themselves, they require fuel as well. So a different part of my business is focused on enabling all of those companies, even my competitors, because we truly believe that rising tide lifts all boats. And so the look at how do we bring this entire supply chain together, BWXT wants to use the capabilities. We have 4.5 million square feet of manufacturing space, which is a substantial amount of manufacturing space for the nuclear industry in North America. Bringing that to bear for the entire industry, launching our own microreactor products. I mean, there's just a tremendous amount of activity going on right now, and it's exciting. And the last thing I'll talk about is enrichment. So the other part of my business is enrichment for defense fuels, so purely unobligated fuels to replenish the stockpile for the Naval Reactors program. We created an enormous stockpile of highly enriched uranium for that program up until the mid-1990s and shut it all down. And we've been bleeding off that stockpile for the past 30 plus years. So now it's time to replenish that. So we have a contract to perform the technology transfer and technology development for a centrifuge in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So we can take unobligated US-sourced uranium that's been mined, milled, converted into our centrifuges, and then ultimately get it to a state where it can replenish that stockpile. So a lot of activity going on in nuclear, as Amir and John talked about, and a lot of activity inside of BWXT to make sure this new nuclear moment isn't a moment, like you said, and it's really just an enduring industry that provides electricity for how, once again, we want to behave as humans on Earth in the future.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Joe. And there's no mistake of why both of you are here, the intersections that you both have with your companies in Wyoming, and I want to get to that next. But before I get to that, I wanted to go a little bit more into the level setting. And Amir, you are restarting capabilities from the front end of the fuel cycle. You referred to that a little bit in your initial remarks. I think it would be helpful, at least a little bit, to set the stage of how did we get where we are in the front end of the fuel cycle, and where are we going from your perspective?
So in the 1970s, early 1980s, the United States led the world in uranium mining and produced over 40 million pounds of uranium annually. Last year, the total production was under 1.5 million pounds. And in the years following the end of the Cold War, from the early 90s onwards, domestically, there was no production. And how we ended up there is really when the Cold War ended, there was a treaty signed between US and Russia, the Megatons to Megawatts program, which had a strategic objective around non-proliferation. And the goal for the US at the time was to see Soviet-era warheads be dismantled and highly enriched uranium taken out of those warheads, blended down to low-enriched uranium, and sold to the Western market, particularly the US market for the civilian program. So we had to make a move, we had to make room in the Western market, in the US market, to absorb that former Soviet-era material. And that program lasted 14 years. And during those 14 years, to make room for that program, we shut down our domestic industry. It basically became sub-economic because the market was oversupplied and the uranium prices dropped to sub $10 per pound. US mines were uneconomic. The industry went from having almost 30,000 individuals employed in it based on DOE stats down to a few hundred people employed in it. 2013, we had all the market signals, which was the end of the Russian agreement, to restart domestic capabilities. But Fukushima happened, which was the nuclear accident in Japan in 2011. And what that did was it basically introduced more inventories, more above-ground inventories into the market, and delayed what should have been a reinvesting in the nuclear fuel cycle really as early as 2010. It got delayed by another decade. And so we're coming into 2025, 2026, where the president, policymakers, politicians on both sides of the aisle are now saying, hey, we got to play hurry up offense, and we need more uranium, and we need more conversion. But we're 20 years behind schedule, and now we got to really make sure that things move forward with more investment and more really pressure and intensity. And so that's how we've kind of ended up here. But if we kind of also zoom out, globally, the world is consuming right now about 200 million pounds of uranium annually. US is about 50 million pounds, so about a quarter of that. China and Russia have huge programs to build not small reactors, but large reactors. And so demand is really increasing around the world. And so there's competition for these types of critical minerals, which uranium is a critical mineral. Nuclear fuel is very strategic. You look at how China has weaponized rare earth minerals against the US, and now we're scrambling as well to solve for these niche commodities that we never used to think of before, and now we're wondering, geez, we better make sure we're self-sufficient. And so we really got to make sure we're self-sufficient when it comes to nuclear fuel, because nothing is as strategic as that, because it's energy, and it's also, again, all the defense applications that have been touched on. So the uranium prices have also recovered. They've gone from $10, $15 per pound. Today they're at about $85 per pound. Uranium prices, previous highs, as high as $150 per pound, which is probably where we're heading, and it'll probably go a lot higher than that. But the reality is uranium and nuclear fuel makes a very small percentage of the overall cost in nuclear generation, so it doesn't have the same cost sensitivity as you have in a gas-fired plant. And it's really nuclear is coexistent with gas more than anything that provides that base load that the market is really going to need.
So perfect. That was exactly what I was looking for. But I'd like to stay with you. Sorry, Joe. Let me stay with Amir on this. And I'd like you to talk a little bit about in situ mining and the opportunities that you see in Wyoming relative to mining conversion, deconversion, enrichment, those sort of things.
Okay, so in most commodities, you think about gold, copper, silver. There's really one way to mine most of the key commodities that we have, and that's strip mining or conventional mining, right? So you have an open pit or you go underground, and it's an earth-moving exercise. In uranium, almost half of global production today is a method called in-situ recovery or solution mining. So instead of excavating and digging, we're basically drilling vertical water wells into a permeable sandstone setting with confining layers vertically and horizontally with monitor wells. And we're basically using the natural porosity to dissolve the uranium in solution, and we're talking about typically alkaline solutions, so high pH, and we're recovering the uranium in solution without any surface disturbance. This makes for the most anti-climatic, anti-dramatic site visits. You go to visit a uranium in situ recovery mine, you stand there and you say, where is the mine? And we have to tell you you're standing on it because the wells are quietly pumping solution and recovering uranium back to surface. And this method is not only low cost, not only is it very favorable with landowners who love the fact that this doesn't take up a lot of surface, but it's also very low cost and it's very low capital intensity. To build a large underground mine today, let's say in a remote part of northern Canada, you're looking at a couple of $2 billion in upfront capital requirements. To build an in-situ recovery mine, you could be looking at less than $50 million. Huge difference, huge advantage with capital intensity. But Mother Nature has to be on your side. So you either have the uranium in a sandstone permeable setting or you don't. Well, the Kazakhs, the country of Kazakhstan, have a lot of this. #1 producer of uranium in the world. They're like a single nation OPEC. 45% of global production of uranium is Kazakhstan. Guess where the second largest jurisdiction in the world is for in-situ recovery mining historically? Wyoming. And guess where some of the leading uranium mining operations today in the US are? 5 out of 8 are in Wyoming. And where the largest resources, in-ground resources are that we know exist and that could be amenable to this method of mining? Wyoming. And so really in-situ recovery, not only is it a game-changing technology that can really help lower production costs, lower capital intensity, and create a very competitive industry. We just also happen to have a lot of that type of uranium depositional environment in the US and in Wyoming in particular.
Yeah, perfect. And one thing I'll move on in a moment. Traditionally, and it's sort of embedded in some of the remarks you made, traditionally we had infrastructure for what comes after mining, the conversion, the enrichment, the deconversion. Because those investments, a lot of that was done actually from the Manhattan Project and Cold War era, that infrastructure already existed, so therefore you would mine in one place and ship the material, and all the value add was happening somewhere else. Today we find ourselves in a situation where we really don't have much of that infrastructure. We need to rebuild it, and there's a question to be had, and is, do we rebuild that infrastructure near where the materials are being mined or far away? And I just want to flag that relative to the potential opportunity in Wyoming.
Yeah, and I'll just quickly flag, and I'll be quick on it, so I can pass it over to you. But it again really puzzles me, and I find it shocking that when we consider the U.S. today, the U.S. has the largest nuclear fleet, the civilian program in the world. More money at work right now as we speak at the national labs and in the private sector to build SMRs than any other country on the planet. The biggest fleet of aircraft carriers and submarines that are running on nuclear power. So the United States is a nuclear superpower. Yet, we don't have a vertically integrated company that can go end-to-end from mining the uranium to enrichment to have resilience and accountability. The Chinese do, the Russians do, the French do. I mean, heck, even the Canadians almost do. And so, yes, there are incredible amount of synergies to be able to control the fuel cycle, but we have given up on it. And we have billions at work in mining uranium where I sit. These guys over here have billions at work enriching the uranium. But guess where the biggest risk or single point of failure is between the two of us? Conversion. In the entire country, there's one conversion facility that was built in the 1950s. 70-year-old facilities might go down, might have downtime if that single point of failure ever has an issue. This bridge between the uranium and enrichment doesn't work. The entire nuclear fuel cycle, the entire nuclear complex, the biggest risk is really on that one step. And so that shouldn't happen. So yes, I think there has to be ample thought about saying, how do you create resilience and redundancy so that we don't have single point of failures and that our nuclear fuel cycle mirrors the power that we have, which is the biggest nuclear power in the country, in the world, is this country. The nuclear fuel cycle should match that, and it currently doesn't.
Perfect, thank you. That's exactly what I was hoping you would get into. And just for one quick clarification, so we mine uranium, we mill uranium, that material is then gasified into something that can be enriched. So that's the conversion to UF6. That gas is what goes into the centrifuges for enrichment, and then that's deconverted into a solid material for nuclear fuel. So there's these steps is what he's referring to, and they each require a significant number of jobs and industrial investment associated with them. So thanks, that's exactly what I wanted to get out on the table. Thank you for that, Amir. Joe, switching to you, there's so much that you could talk about with respect to BWXT, both historically and going forward on the commercial sector, on the defense sector. You spoke to some of that already. So I'll let you sort of go where you want. But the one area that I think that the group probably knows the least about is the defense work, Project Pele. You kind of talked about it, but maybe if you could talk a little bit more. Sure. And Janus program. I know you're very aware of Janus program. And if you want, maybe even go into some discussion of space nuclear power, as that is also a relatively newly stated goal from the administration. So there's a lot you can go with there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with the Navy program and talk about that pretty briefly, but there are 3 types of naval reactors that we design and operate in the country, and all of those naval reactors are manufactured by BWXT. So we have fast attack submarines, we have ballistic missile submarines, which is part of the nuclear triad, the strategic deterrent to keep World War III from happening, and that's been very important for us since the advent of nuclear reactors and nuclear submarine technology, and then aircraft carriers. Also, in addition to all of that, there's a trilateral agreement between the United States, Australia, and the UK. It's called AUKUS. And in that trilateral agreement, we're working together to bring all the technology in the US and the UK to Australia. And the reason for that is because the global superpower has been shifting over the last couple of decades. And so to ensure that the U.S. and our allies have assets, submarines and other strategic assets in that part of the world, in the Indo-Pacific, this AUKUS program has been created. So there's a lot of new work that's coming out of AUKUS because Australia did not have nuclear submarines, but they will. And it starts off with relationships that have been forged with the United States and supplying submarines in the intermediate term before they start manufacturing submarines themselves. So growth area there as well. We're going to need a lot more unobligated fuel. That unobligated fuel needs to come from Amir's mines into our enrichment factory and then ultimately into those submarines. Now, John mentioned Project Pele. So this was a project that was started in 2020 as a design competition to determine, could a design of a nuclear reactor fit into a logistically friendly Connex box so it can be shipped anywhere in the world, so the US government, the Department of Defense, Department of War would have the ability to generate at least a megawatt for 3 years without any fuel chain. Meaning, they were looking at the threats that the US government has, the Department of Defense has, and most of those threats are dealing with logistics, water and fuel. And 70% of the casualties were due to water and fuel movement onto the battlefield. So if you could change the way in which the military's logistics were created through a nuclear reactor platform generating at least a megawatt, then you could change the way in which we were fighting wars. You could rapidly decrease the amount of casualties in those wars. So that's how the program started. It started off with a couple of white papers that were written in 2015, 16, and ultimately the program was formed in 2019. And in doing so, we competed with 2 other companies. We ultimately won, BWXT ultimately won that design competition, and we were awarded a contract a few years ago to manufacture the reactor that we had been designing. So we've been working hand in hand with the Department of Energy, with the Strategic Capabilities Office, and with the Idaho National Lab to make this reactor a reality. So it's a new type of dimension and geometry of a high-temperature gas reactor, but the high-temperature gas reactor design has been around for several decades. So we modified that design to fit it in a very small, logistically friendly package. Now, that reactor requires a fuel called TRISO. We talked a lot about TRISO yesterday during the conference. And so we've manufactured that TRISO in our facility in Lynchburg. We've shipped that TRISO to the Idaho National Lab. And ultimately, we're in the final stages of building the reactor. So the core is 70+% complete. We have the control system that has been designed and built by Northrop Grumman. They're a subcontractor to us. And then Rolls-Royce Liberty Works out of Indianapolis, Indiana, have not only designed, but they're also manufacturing the power conversion system. So when you bring all 3 of those together, and we will deliver those components to the Idaho National Lab next year, you fuel the reactor, you operate the reactor, and then you prove that you have a very logistically friendly source of power for several years that the U.S. government can use for whatever they want to use it for. So by transportable, I mean it's via rail car, via C-17, variety of other mechanisms that the U.S. government uses worldwide to transport assets. So Project Pele was the launch pad for a lot of new nuclear, the microreactor market that we're seeing emerge today. And there are dozens and dozens of entrants into that market because it starts off with, if you think about the clarity of design that has to be required to get over that initial hurdle of designing a nuclear reactor, to designing the fuel system that goes inside of that reactor, deploying the reactor, proving that technology, starting small is usually the way to go. And a lot of companies have done that, and a lot of companies also know that in the United States, the investment in transmission hasn't been there over the last several years. So distributed energy is going to be a nice augmentation to these large reactor builds that have to occur. So if you have large reactor builds that are filling the grid full of electrons, that's great, but there's only so much transmission capacity that exists. And with data centers and new mining operations and a variety of other industrial applications that occur now and will occur in even a larger magnitude in the future, you need distributed energy, and microreactors are perfect for that. So as we have gone through this process since 2019, and we were awarded the contract to build in 2022, what we've learned is the supply chain was there, which was great, but it wasn't very deep. And so we've been building that supply chain. We've been building this reactor technology. We have been building the digital twin, the as-built digital twin of this nuclear reactor technology, all in parallel. So when we deliver this reactor, it is a prototype, so it'll operate, it'll power some military hardware, we'll prove that technology to the fullest extent, but we'll also have the ability to iterate that design very rapidly because we've invested as a company millions and millions of dollars just on the digital tool set that accompanies nuclear reactor design, that accompanies the manufacturing practices, and we can pull all of that information together and we can analyze the reactor as it's operating through all the instrumentation, but also in the digital realm, which gives us a launch pad for all new nuclear products in the microreactor market. And then John also mentioned space nuclear. So space nuclear has been a technology since the 1960s, and we've put one reactor in space as a country. Russia and China have put more than that, at least Russia has put more than that in space over the last several decades. But space nuclear is important for several reasons. One is power. Power is going to be required in much higher magnitudes in the future than it is right now. And if you think about space power, people usually talk about milliwatts or watts. But what we see in space and space exploration and the commercialization of space capability, more power is going to be required to the megawatt level. So fitting reactors in very small packages, being able to launch those reactors and operate those reactors in space is a crucial technology that we want to lead as a country. Space propulsion has two variants, nuclear electric and nuclear thermal propulsion. They have two different reasons to exist. Nuclear electric propulsion is great for cargo ships, it's great for a variety of missions, and it's the technology that's been chosen by NASA, with Jared Isaacman taking over as the administrator. Nuclear electric propulsion will become a reality. And a lot of that work is also being headquartered out of the Idaho National Lab. It's been headquartered out of industry and a variety of NASA centers, namely Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. But nuclear thermal propulsion creates the capability to get to far-reaching areas of space very quickly or maneuver in space very quickly. So there's some national security components to nuclear thermal propulsion. We were, as a company, working with the Department of Defense on a project that we believe will reemerge over time. And what you're seeing, though, across the entire spectrum of nuclear products are milliwatts and watts, which occurs right now by using plutonium. It's a thermal process that converts to electricity. And what you'll see in the very near future are fission systems in space for nuclear electric propulsion, fission systems to produce power, to power satellites, to power assets in space, and ultimately allow us to have a lunar economy and have an economy on Mars as well. So in addition to the executive orders that launched, I would say the next big thing are the dozens of next big things in nuclear from last year. There have been a variety of space nuclear executive orders that have also been issued to create some focus for the industry, and even more importantly, the funding, the momentum that's going to be required to inhabit space with a variety of different nuclear products.
Thanks, Joe. I'm going to stay with you for a minute here, too. You've been in Wyoming a lot over the last few years.
Yes.
Why is that? Talk a little bit about that.
Well, there's two reasons. One, business, right? So we have work in Green River, and we solidified a contract with the Wyoming Energy Authority to look at deploying microreactors in Green River, focused on the Trona Patch. So the Trona Patch has a huge set of assets underground, and they also have some energy security issues in that area. And so in order to solidify the next several decades of investment, having microgrids in the Trona Patch was a technology that I think was very appealing. So we did two things as part of that program. One, we started to look at our Banner microreactor design, and we looked at different deployment scenarios using microgrids in Green River. And then we also looked at the supply chain throughout the entire state. So I had staff that visited at least 24 locations inside of Wyoming to understand what is the supply chain here, what is the capability for things like graphite, machining graphite, building skids, building components. And so we developed this relationship starting off with L&H, so Mike Wandler in Gillette, and then we pushed that relationship through the entire state, and we've started issuing POs to different manufacturers in Wyoming to bring that supply chain to bear for what we see as the next big thing in microreactors, and then ultimately with our TRISO project that we'll have in Campbell County and the Gillette area. So those are good business reasons. The other reason is my son is a freshman at UW, so that's also a great reason to come to Laramie. So I do spend a significant amount of time here. I have some loved ones here in Laramie too, so it's nice to be in the state, and I try to spend as much time out here as I can.
Great, thanks, Joe. I want to encourage you, if you have questions, please send them forward. I should have been encouraging you all along, and maybe we have some already. In the meantime, I wanted to go back to Amir for a minute. So you just recently formed the U.S. Uranium Refining and Conversion Corporation. Why? And maybe just why? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, I think just as I mentioned earlier, I think conversion is, in our opinion, a choke point and an area that represents that single point of failure risk in the fuel cycle. I think if we're going to, at a minimum, meet the current demand in the U.S., we need a second new facility to augment the existing facility that's in Illinois. If we're going to see a quadrupling of nuclear energy, frankly, we need to see 4 more conversion plants built to help meet the fuel cycle requirements. But it also seemed odd to us and kind of annoyed us over the years that we would mine the uranium here in Wyoming, dry it, package it, and have this incredible product, and then we would have to ship it across state borders to Illinois, where they would charge us taxes and all types of other things just because the facility's sitting there. And so it seems to us kind of crazy not to capture that downstream economic value in the fuel cycle that begins with our product that we mine. And so whether in the future we build this new conversion facility in Wyoming or Texas or elsewhere, we're in the midst of a siting study right now, that's to be seen. But we have mining operations in Texas, we have mining operations here. And so as we do that, and as I mentioned, we think the real play and the real necessity is to be vertically integrated and to have a supply chain solution on the upstream of the fuel cycle, all the way from mining, all the way to conversion. And we think that that's just a really missing spot in the U.S. A ton of emphasis on enrichment, a ton of emphasis on fabrication, not enough on conversion. And mining's, I think, doing a lot better as an industry, and we're very happy to be, leading that.
Yeah, thank you. Rob, do we have questions?
Working? You guys got a lot of questions. First, thank you 3 for being here. I know you're all extremely busy, and I really appreciate you taking the time to come to this conference. I'm going to build off that last one selfishly, just because, Amir, we've made it clear to you, and I know our Senate President, our Governor, that we would love to have that facility in Wyoming. What do you see is, what the state needs to do, but also what other states are doing to try to attract that sort of investment?
Well, listen, first of all, our commitment to the state is extremely long dated, and we've done a few things in the state that's worth pointing out. In Wyoming, one of the largest owners, operators of uranium mining assets was the company of Rosatom. Rosatom is Russia's state-owned nuclear energy company. They operated a business here called Uranium One, and no one knows how they got the permits when they did, or the approvals to be able to own and operate uranium mines in the U.S. If the shoe was on the other foot, we'd never be allowed to mine uranium in Russia or China or anything like that. But one of the big things that we did as a company in 2021 was to acquire the entire business of the Russian government in Wyoming from them, and that was the Uranium One business, and turned that into the operating uranium mines that we have today in the Powder River Basin. Another big mining company, Rio Tinto, for decades sat on some of the big uranium deposits they held in the Great Divide Basin, didn't do anything with them, and we were able to successfully convince them to sell their assets to us as well. And so what UEC has done in the last decade to consolidate all these uranium mining assets in the Powder River Basin, in the Great Divide Basin, in Wyoming, this has never been done before. In the 55-year history of uranium mining in the state, no one company has ever consolidated as much land and resource and permitted license capacity, upwards of 8 million pounds of uranium, in one place and under one roof. So clearly we care a lot about our interest in the state. We would love if ultimately a conversion facility goes alongside the mines that we operate and other companies operate in the state to capture and retain as much of that economic value and jobs and activity here. But as you know, it's a process that we're going through as well, and other states are very keen as well. Not every state, but some of the other important resource states, especially where we're active. But honestly, look, the other thing is there's got to be local support. I mean, that's a really important point. There has to be local support for these projects. We're not going to force the issue and say we have to build it here. The benefit of a conversion facility, unlike a mine, is with a mine, you're limited to where Mother Nature has given you a deposit, and so you have to work with that. With a conversion facility, you'll take it to the communities that absolutely want it so that you can have that local partnership right off the get-go. And I think it's important that we ask ourselves in this state, what do we ultimately want? There's been a lot of noises in this state about maybe anti-energy development, and I think that's a serious issue to consider and think about. And I'm not saying that we've experienced any of that, but I think at the end of the day, companies like ours that are looking to invest in the fuel cycle moving forward to meet the next 50 to 100-year needs that the country has in front of it need to really make sure that they have local partnership, and I'm talking at the county level, at the town level, first and foremost, then the state support, and then frankly, all of that hopefully is also matched with federal support. And we've been very pleased and very honored to be a supplier of uranium to the Department of Energy, to supply uranium to companies like TerraPower that are looking to get up and running in this state with their SMRs. So we want to absolutely play our role, but local partnership is absolutely critical to us as we venture down, hopefully very soon identifying the final site for this new conversion facility.
Perfect. I appreciate that. This next question really could be for all three of you, and it's a two-part question. First is, can you explain what you all see as fundamentally different about this nuclear renaissance as opposed to ones maybe in the past? And also, how would you, Amir, to what you just finished off with, how would you advise folks that are looking to build projects in these communities? How would you advise them to go about that engagement with the locals?
If I can just kind of lead that, because I actually am kind of floored when I think of people or hear people comparing this nuclear, whatever we want to call it, to previous cycles. It couldn't be any more different. I mean, first of all, start with high level. Global population. Global population and where the world is today is significantly different than where it was in the 70s. We're talking about 9 billion people on this planet compared to 4 billion people on the planet. The population that does live on the planet today is increasingly relying on electricity. Electrification is so much more prevalent in day-to-day lives than it was in the 70s or 80s, any time in the past. The AI boom, no one forecasted, even 2 years ago, the amount of energy the AI boom would take and the growth that would have on the overall grid and then all the off-grid projects that are taking place. And no one saw the hostilities develop geopolitically that would make us think twice or three times about the importance of defense capabilities. And so I just don't see how we would even compare what's going on today and why we need nuclear today than any moment in the past, because nothing in the past even comes close to what's happening today. And the nexus of the megatrends of decarbonization, electrification, defense and national security and energy security, and the fact that energy is finally growing in this country. Energy demand growth is going to be at a pace of 10% annualized. It used to be 1% to 2% annualized. It's finally, we actually have energy growth. And we didn't used to have that. And so anyway, I look at it, I would kind of look at this differently and say, if we don't develop more nuclear reactors and build a fuel cycle to support it and all types of other energy as well, we're going to absolutely lose this next war, this AI war and this war of lifestyle and life quality to the Chinese. I mean, it's as simple as that. It's not, I don't think this is a preference. We need to start framing this as an existential threat and realize we're in a major global competition for base load clean electricity to be able to really lead the next chapter of how life is going to function. You touched on that a lot in terms of lifestyle. That's what this is all about, in my opinion, and I think we need to really frame it that way.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, the reindustrialization of a lot of sectors in the United States are going to draw a lot of energy requirements that'll be unique. And then the fragility of supply chains that we've seen over the last decades, especially energy supply chains, have awakened the desire and the need to build out more technology, to build out more nuclear technology to create that more robust supply of electricity for all the reasons that Amir noted, but also is we need to have the control of our own destiny when it comes to energy. And the fact that we don't have the indigenous supply chain from uranium to enrichment to nuclear reactor supply was a huge problem that has been identified. And there's a tremendous amount of momentum that's been applied to that problem because of things like the executive orders, the billions of dollars every year that are flowing into the nuclear sector. So I think we are responding to that, but we need to pick up the pace.
Oh, and look, and this all happened, the executive orders to quadruple nuclear energy happened before the Strait of Hormuz became like the daily vernacular everyone talks about. The fact that this 200-mile body of water is something that can hold us hostage for our energy needs is absolutely unacceptable. And the last time this happened, we go back to 1973, the Arab oil embargo, which created an energy shock, an oil shock in the 70s. The response to that was nuclear energy growth in Japan, France, West Germany at the time, and the United States. The price of uranium in the 4 years that followed the oil shock of the 70s was a quadruple. Okay? And this oil shock is bigger than the one in the 70s, and coming at a time where energy in general is much more in demand for all the reasons we talked about. So even recent geopolitical events, I think, further underscored the fact that whatever we thought last May with President Trump's executive orders was real and important, it's that much more real and important now.
I think that was great. I just add a couple things. When people talk about AI and power needs, I remember first talking to all the hyperscalers about 8 years ago. They were coming in talking to us about needing somewhere between 30 and 50 megawatts for their infrastructure. I felt like I blinked and they came back and they said, we need a couple hundred megawatts for each one of our systems, our centers. Now they're talking about gigawatt and gigawatt plus. And that's just in 8 years, it's kind of moved in that direction and certainly accelerated to the point where we're now restarting a reactor that was shut down because Microsoft is paying for it. So that's fundamentally different. I loved your remarks, Amir, about this is not a preference. This is an existential threat. Right now, China is building new nuclear power at a pace that will eclipse our total capacity by 2030, which is not very far away. We invented nuclear power. We've always had more nuclear power capacity than any other nation in the world. In 2030, at least on the current pace that we're on, we will no longer. So that's the kind of things that we're dealing with. The second part of the question that you mentioned, I don't think we talked to, and that was engaging communities. You both are a private company, so I really want to hear from you. But I've certainly seen examples. Look, we can't take for granted that a community understands the technology or what one of these facilities, whether it's a reactor or a conversion facility, means to them. We have to take the time to help them understand it. And companies that I've seen that have taken the time to do that have been quite successful. The ones that haven't have been less successful, but I'd love to hear from both of you.
Yeah, I think transparency is key, right? And having town hall meetings, having supply chain meetings, and then just interacting with the local community was crucial for us, especially at Campbell County with what we're looking to do with our TRISO manufacturing facility. We had several events where we had poster sessions. We brought out technical people, program managers, people from the business that were just available for an hour, maybe 2 hours to answer questions. And we put some material out ahead of time so people had the chance to do their own research and be thoughtful about the questions they had. And it turned out to be a really great event for us because we also understood the community to a better degree. We also understood how to interact with the community from a relationship standpoint, but also from a business standpoint. So I think transparency is important. It's something that we are absolutely accustomed to in BWXT because of our Naval Reactors partnership that we have. Transparency is key to ensure the safety of those reactors, and we just carry that forward into everything that we're doing in the commercial space. So those interactions, the frequency of those interactions, and the transparency in each one of those interactions was crucial to our success in Gillette.
I mean, in mining, this is embedded in everything we do, is our stakeholder relationships, gaining a social license to be able to operate a mine. And frankly, it takes almost a decade to be able to achieve all of that. So that's at the core of our business, is community relations, landowner relations if we're on private property. But I've been incredibly and positively surprised that ever since our announcement with the conversion facility went public, I've been amazed at a number of counties, one in particular in this state and two in another state, who have been proactively reaching out to us, who've been proactively saying, we want that type of facility and those types of jobs and that type of infrastructure. We want to host that. We want to fight for that. We want you to come bring it here. I've been amazed at that because I've spent most of my 20 plus years at UEC trying to do the other town halls and educate and convince, and now I'm seeing the other side of it as well, which is incredible.
Great, thanks. Do we have time for maybe one more?
I think that actually gets us to time, but I know there's a large stack of questions, so all of you that didn't get to, go ahead and track these guys down when they're try to get out of the room here soon. But really want to thank all three of you for being on this panel. It was super enlightful and appreciated that. So if everyone can please help me in thanking the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, well that brings us to our last speaker, and many of you know our good governor here in the state of Wyoming, but I thought I'd give a little background on how I got to know Mark Gordon before he was governor. About 8 years ago, I was working for our state speaker of the House, who actually turned out to be my high school football coach as well, and I was still in college, so I needed a job for the summer and I was looking at what to do. Met a gal during the legislature that was working on some campaigns and said, hey, I really would like you to meet this guy named Mark Gordon and see if you want to go work for his campaign. So met him, had a great lunch with him, and he talked about his vision for Wyoming and what he wanted to do, and I was sold. So turned out that it was the longest job interview of my life. I took him around the state for about 6 months straight. I forget how many tens of thousands of miles we covered. But then was fortunate enough to join his administration for the first 5 years. And again, as I mentioned, you all know Governor Mark Gordon. I often, when I introduce him, just point out things that he often says, which is something we all need to do and focus on in our work is leaving a place or leaving Wyoming better than the way we found it. And I think as we're coming to the end of your term as governor, this state is certainly in a better place because of your leadership. And I personally would not be where I am today without you. So I appreciate everything you've done for me and for the state. And please help in welcoming the 33rd Governor of Wyoming, Mark Gordon.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. And I'm finding now in this last year that often people are saying things like, it's your last, it's this and that. So I'm going to ask the same question I did yesterday. How many of you seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail? So there's a great scene where there's a wagon going through and there's a guy saying, bring out your dead, bring out your dead. And there's this older man who comes out and goes, I'm not dead yet. So I'm just making that point. and in fact, just want to say that the fun of working in a place like Wyoming is that there are so many good people, and you can make the connections here. Often we talk about it being a small town with very long streets. It is also a big family with lots of cousins, and some of them are really difficult to deal with, particularly at Thanksgiving meal. But we all are a family, and so when I think about what we have been able to accomplish, and I say everybody in this room, and Rob, you have been very much a part of it, as has the Energy Authority. It is really what we've been able to do together. I was thinking about the beginning of my time as governor, and there's a wonderful quote which is way too long for me to memorize. But T.A. Larson, who was sort of the preeminent historian of Wyoming, wrote 2 books, one that's a big tome and another one that actually is a little more pithy, and I really like it. It was written in 1981, so not long after that 1973 oil embargo, and a lot of activity was happening in Wyoming during the 70s, but it kind of fell flat, or in the 80s for lots of reasons, some of those related to that. But in that book, he said almost no part of the country has the opportunity now facing Wyoming to demonstrate what America could have been if planners and developers had traded some short-term profits for long-term gain. It is possible that Wyoming can emerge in a way and be a leader, knowing that its greatest values are preserved and its old way of life left for those who choose to follow it. And indeed, I think that's exactly where we are. And that gives me comfort here in Wyoming, because things don't move very quickly here. We used to, back in the 70s, really talk about how great it was that, you know, we still had 15 years of bell bottoms being cool. But right now, Wyoming, it seems to me, is at an incredible juncture, and one where our leadership and our ability to pivot and move really are on display in a way that really no other state has been able to accomplish, and really at no other time has this country been able to accomplish what I think is before us at this point. The conference you've had today has been and yesterday has been really remarkable in kind of thinking about what that future is. So let me just sort of lay the pieces. I know you've all talked about them, but here they are. We see the advent of enormous amounts of energy that can be generated. And it doesn't really matter how we do it in terms of being able to deliver energy. It does matter how we do it in terms of the way we do it. And we can always improve on the technologies. And here Wyoming has demonstrated what T.A. Larson was talking about. There isn't anyone in the energy industry, I'm convinced, I have not met anyone, and I've been in the energy industry, I have not met anyone who says, I don't care about wildlife, I don't care about open spaces, I don't really care about mountains, I don't care about streams, I don't care about fishing. Every single person, whether they're at the most highest point of the industry down to the people that just make things happen on the ground, people care. And so that's why Wyoming has always tried to balance in a better way, not from proclamations, but by working with people on the ground, with stakeholders, with landowners, with the industry, with NGOs, to figure out ways that we can develop. And that's why you've had the problems solved here for things like sage grouse. We're the first state to talk about migration corridors. And yes, there's some friction, but that's because we're a big family. We're still able to work through those things to the most part. And when a country is completely divided, as we've seen it, it is such a refreshing thing to see it here on the ground where it's working. Now, the other aspect of this that we just talked about is the demand coming from data centers and from AI, and who knows what that is going to look like in the future. The biggest concerns shouldn't be AI or not AI, because AI is a thing and it will continue to be a thing, much the way these things have become ubiquitous. And so the issue now becomes, how do we make sure that we use AI? How do we educate ourselves to make sure that we use AI in a way that's beneficial over time? That's a challenge we have to take on. And I take great solace in the fact that Gary Kasparov was beaten by Big Blue way back in something like the 1980s, and everybody said, oh my gosh, it's the end of humanity because computers can outplay chess. And soon that was followed by somebody playing Go, much more complicated than chess, and again, the computer beat them. The second part of that story was that nobody really relates. is that Kasparov came back a year later with his own computer. And we found out that humans have a strategic sense that, for the time being anyway, is not available in the digital sphere. In the digital sphere, we can do much more tactical thinking. So now the challenge isn't, again, whether this technology is good or bad. It is that it's here. It's going to continue to be here. And our challenge is to use it to the best of our ability. So the best part of that story is the fact that that means we're going to have a lot of demand. I think there will be efficiencies that come from this in time, but the fact of the matter is there is a tremendous amount of demand for the very resources that Wyoming has in abundance. I remember a good friend of mine years ago saying, we have solved energy. That is not an issue. When we were talking about the oil embargo and when we look at the Straits of Hormuz, these are problems that we just didn't see and didn't figure out ahead of time. But we have tremendous amounts of energy. And with the demand on the other side, here in Wyoming, we present the opportunity to be able to kind of manage that future in a way that we don't have to depend on what other states are telling us or dictating to us. And hopefully, it may be at some point we don't have a federal government that is telling us how to do it. Leave it to us to be able to divine a system that allows us to protect our wildlife, do what we have done in Wyoming better than anywhere else, talk about carbon capture and the things we can do to make better products out of it, use our resources, protect our land, and make sure that we have a horizon that is brighter for our kids than ours has been to date. It's also fascinating at this juncture to see that there is so much international competition. So you're hearing a little bit of churn in the country and now sort of starting here. Data centers are horrible. They use all our water. They're going to ruin our rates. They're going to blot our landscape. We don't want them. It's always easy to say no. It's the simplest thing. We have trouble sometimes individually doing it, but it's an easy political case to make. And it's one that can be exploited, and I think it's possible and probable, in fact, that there are other actors who are anxiously generating the kinds of concerns that we're hearing. And I'm not saying that aren't legitimate pieces to that, but I am saying that it's easy to amplify the concerns. And that's a problem. It's a problem not only because this is technology that's coming and it's going to go and be important, but it's also important because if you listen to what Donald Trump said, and I think we all recognize it, you just had a panel that talked about how important it is that we win the AI arms race, and it is an arms race. There's no question about it. We've got to make sure that we handle it correctly. So the issues that are put out, that we're talking about, things like water consumption, things like ratepayer, these are technical issues that we can work out. Already, the data centers that are coming here are doing it without using water consumptively, except for the bathrooms. Already, we have seen existing data centers that have looked at their systems to be able to yield back more water. And yes, water is huge. There is no question. We have plenty of energy. We do not have plenty of water everywhere where we need it. And so we need to be able to take advantage of all that AI can help us with and all of the other aspects of it and technology to be able to kind of solve the problems. This is what America does. We see a problem, we work it out, we make the engineering decisions that we need to, and we continue to move forward. And we have allies that are anxious to be able to have a piece of that action as well. When we were in Taiwan and in Japan, and I think the same conversation happened with Greg Gianforte when he was in Korea, They are very anxious to be able to get our energy and to be able to invest in how we can deliver that. And yes, all of those countries recognize that they still want to be carbon neutral by 2050. This is something that Wyoming embraced in the mid-1990s. And if we hadn't embraced it, the federal government, much like it handles all of our airspace, would also handle all of our groundwater. And Wyoming stepping up and saying, we want to make sure that our carbon spaces are handled by the state of Wyoming, preserved for Wyoming the opportunity to regulate geologic sequestration. Now, that's not the only thing that we can do, but the research that's being done here at this institution and with the partners that we have is remarkable and will be more and more important as we go forward. You know, Winston Churchill had a really interesting comment at some point. He said, you know, men wander along and from time to time they'll stumble on the truth. Most of them will pick themselves up and hurry on as if nothing had happened. I worry this is a time when there are incredible truths that are being discovered every day. And if we aren't willing to do, as T.A. Larson said, to be able to understand what that future looks like and our role in leading towards that future, while also preserving our way of life and the quality and values of this state, well, shame on us. We have the ability in this room. We have to work together. There are such incredible opportunities. There's never been a better time to be alive, I am convinced. Never have the challenges been more existential, and I'll use that word. I'm not trying to be dramatic about it, but think about the Colorado River. 40% of the annual rainfall, or snowpack this year. Runoff at all-time lows. This on top of the fact that we've seen our reservoirs drop, and now the Powell power pool is challenged. And we have a little bit of snow, that's great, but it's not going to fix it. This is now going to be a really big question for what do we do in the Southwest? What do we do for most of our agriculture? What do we do for the industries that are so reliant on, and what do we do for power generation? All of these things, these are bigger issues that we should be spending our time on. We can solve things like data centers pretty easily. We can figure out how and where we should put wind pretty easily. We've demonstrated that we can reclaim coal-mined lands. We've demonstrated that we can develop our natural resources, fossil fuels, and others without inhibiting wildlife. We shouldn't be arguing about those things. We should be moving on to the bigger issues that are more complex, using the tools that we're going to see come from AI and other things. And so, Rob, when I think about what this symposium has allowed is a conversation to really talk about, let's get after it. Let's make things happen. We can't ignore that CO2 is an issue. And I know I've taken a lot of heat for that. But we did it in a way that said we can preserve industry and we can do it in a way that also addresses the issues that others are saying. And if there's a failure in the policy that we've seen over the last few years that is a let's not do that and let's not do that, it is because people generally want to live the life that they're accustomed to. They like to have lights they can turn on, and they turn on reliably. They like to make sure that they can drive their kids to school or to the school bus. They want to make sure the school bus arrives. And so if we are going to evolve, which we are going to have to, either by hook or by crook, we're going to have to evolve in a way that makes sure our lives are better for the work that we do here. Because I think everybody at the same time is saying, I care deeply about this place that I call home. And I want to make sure that my kids have many of the same opportunities that I had. So thank you for being here. Thank you, whatever role you play in this magic amount of effort that we have to embrace to move forward. But thank you, most of all, for being engaged and making a difference. God bless you. God bless Wyoming. Ride for the brand.
Well, thank you so much, Governor, for coming over here and providing those remarks to us. That marks the end of the conference. Thank you all for being here, and especially for those of you that had to weather the storm that we got. I really appreciate you making the time to come here. A couple of quick shout outs. I want to thank Emily Sorensen. She always helps us put this together. And ultimately, yes, thank you. And ultimately, our sponsors. As I mentioned yesterday, and I mention every time, we're a state-funded agency, and I'm proud that we don't have to use any tax dollars to put this on because you all as sponsors make this happen. So I look forward to hosting this again next year, and we'll have those dates out soon. Safe travels home, and thank you.